Hello, good morning. Bom dia. So please gather around seats. We are going to start today with today's panel. Before we start, is it okay? Before we start, a small announcement. We are going to do the visit for the castle at the end of the day. So please stay with us after the whole day so that we can go to the castle seats here in Fiocruz and we can take a picture. So now, without further ado, we will start with panel number 3, the poetics of data, art, play, and method. I will be calling our speakers for today, starting with John Eric Caseido Angulo, who is a leader from Buenaventura of Colombia. He directs the Semillero de Teatro y Danzas por la Vida from Corporación Memoria y Paz. And for over the last 15 years, he has accompanied communities affected by armed conflict and working through collective memory, defense, territory, and human rights. So welcome, John. Our next speaker is João Victor Cruz, who is coordinator of the Observatorio de Olo na Quebrada in Heliópolis, Sao Paulo, and he works with young community researchers to produce and analyze data on violence, public policy, and territorial inequalities, creating ways for these local knowledges to shape dialogue with public institutions. So welcome, João Victor. Next, our first woman for the moment is Njeri Mwangi, who is the co-founder and executive director of Power 254 in Nairobi, who is a space of activism and social change. She is also an investigative journalist with BBC Africa Eye and has spent over a decade using art to spark public conversations through initiatives like street photo exhibitions and festivals in Kenya. So welcome, Njeri. And last but not least, we have Shaima Alves, who is a Palestinian researcher and an artist from Jerusalem. Her work engages with anti-colonial, anti-disciplinary imaginaries, often through walking and speculative storytelling, bringing together research and artistic practice in deeply thoughtful ways. So welcome, Shaima. And our moderator for the morning is Jeffrey Rubin, who is an associate professor of history at Boston University. And you will have now the floor, Jeffrey. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. This is a panel on the poetics of data representation, something we've not really spoken about yet in those terms at the conference, but which is central to the work of InfoCitizen and the activists here. The subtitle is Art, Play, and Method. And the topic is the inspiration and creativity that take us from the gathering of data to the representation of data. This process is central to the work and activism of the panelists here. In the first part of the panel, each of them will tell us briefly about their work in general. In the second part, I'll ask them to give us some examples from their work, some specific examples illustrating the poetics of data representation for us. A moment of creativity or innovation, a process of translation of some sort that enabled them to represent data in a particularly new or effective way. I'm also going to encourage the panelists to speak to each other and even to interrupt one another and make connections among their different work, and to keep their comments in that second part to 2 or 3 minutes so that we have the possibility for some interchange. In the third part of the panel, we'll have some space for your reflections, and I want to invite people to reflect briefly about their own work in short comments. If there are ways in which what our panelists are speaking about connects to what you do, or things you've done, or ideas or experiences you have from your own work, I think it would be really nice to create some kind of interchange. Now, the structure on this stage is not conducive to that kind of interchange. I would really like to take down the barrier and put the chairs in a circle and have a conversation. But I realize that all of us use information to change structures. So I hope that in the course of our conversation, we can use our information and our connections to each other to challenge a bit the restrictive structure of the stage. Our languages will be English, Spanish, and Portuguese. I'll try to mention in advance what it will be. So here we are, the poetics of data representation and of conference organization. So I'll turn it over first to Jean-Éric.
Muy buenos días para todos.
Good morning, everyone. Well, first of all, it's a great pleasure to be here with you. We have this wonderful experience during this week, so I would like to thank you all who made it possible that we had this meeting, because we had some interesting reflections concerning how we use data to transform our territories. I come from the city of Buenaventura, a territory located in the Colombian Pacific. We are considered the first port in the Colombian Pacific that has this cargo movement of more than 80%. That represents more than 80% of the economy in the country. So most than 80% of the cargo enters through Boaventura. It's a territory that has a privileged geography at world level, with many economic sectors, port sectors, that make Boaventura the center of the Colombian economy, and also the center of a great deal of the world's economy. So according to the last census from 2018, that has not considered officially the indigenous and black populations, but we have 311,000 inhabitants officially, but we know that we have more than 500,000 inhabitants. We are inflicted by armed conflicts. We have the presence of different armed groups operating in the territory, with guerrilla groups, are military groups that have changed over time, and that started creating this several consequences in the social dynamics in the territory of Buenaventura. We also live in this situation of eviction, because many of the evictions were articulated with armed groups, but were also articulated with institutional authorities at local, state, and government level. So Buenaventura has this racist history. That means that we see that the greatest poverty is concentrated in the peripheries, in the favelas, like it happens in Brazil, and also it's affecting mostly the black and indigenous populations. This is not a coincidence. There's this orchestrated action that you have the denial of services, we have people's needs not met. So in this context, we have generated this process that we call the social house for the memory, coordinated by this Association on Memory and Peace. And we had this foundation that should generate spaces where we could have social encounters in the territory. So that was created around this Catholic Church in Buenaventura, and it was a consolidation of the human rights advocacy, building memory and monitoring the victims of armed conflict. You may see here the house's facade in this social house on culture and memory. We have some images on this side. For instance, we see Machado, who was a social leader who defended the rights of the territory, also the life and the water in the territory, and he was murdered after the demonstrations from 2017. The civic strike that we had in the territory. So we are honoring what we have in the territory with our musical instruments, our strength, our resistance, especially by the women in the territories, because they weave this process to build peace. So within this context, next slide, please. We've consolidated 3 initiatives related to that. So we have here the data poetics. First, sewing theater for life, where we gather children, adolescents, elders, so they are able to exchange their experience using theater, using dance, as we are converting all of that in place to be performed in the territory. So this collective is an initiative in the memory of this Buenaventura report, a port with no community, which is the official document of the center, built in articulation with the other organizations. So when we released this document, we thought, how could we present that to the territory, to the community? And we decided to build an artistic process that was called this seed of theater and dances for life. So at this point, we have this social appropriation of this report, and we also have the gallery of resistance. We had this deep research on the territory. So at the same time that we were researching for the report, we understood that between the 1990s and 2013, we had 26 massacres in the territory, both in the rural area and the urban area. So this investigation was able to see how that happened, how it was reflected on the territory, and we wanted the people to digest that information. We wanted children and adolescents to understand what was happening. The students, people from the universities, we wanted them to know this reality. So we built this gallery that is the Gallery of Resistance, that is located in this house of memory and culture. And at this moment, we make this analogy about a day in the Pacific. And then we start in the rural territory. We started with the urban area where we had the conflict, and that permeated the social dynamics in the territory. We had 26 massacres committed by paramilitary groups, many of them identified with different cases that the Colombian justice has solved.
But most of them continues impune. Another initiative that is acknowledged in all of the spaces where we go is the Chapel of Memory. It is an exercise of encounter, of a lot of memory construction with mothers, aunts, grandmothers that were victims of the confrontation that they gathered. So this memory is not lost, the memory of their loved ones. And in this space, they create different actions. They make handicraft, they paint, they are involved in theater. So we have this exercise that we called planting. We do this planting exercise every second Friday of the month, and we do what we call planting for the disappeared ones. There are other initiatives in the territory that allow us to build this memory too. We build peace in the territory, and we have the victims of the conflict of Buenaventura feel accompanied, so they know they're not alone. We do this kind of work so these actions that are historically committed in the territory do not happen again. So we work with adolescents and children to transform our territory little by little so that we don't continue having the situation in our territory. Thank you.
Turn to João Victor.
Tô me ouvindo legal aí?
Can you hear me well? Yes. I would like to please first ask for your permission to be here, the permission of my elders, to be here, especially in Rio. People from Rio, I ask for your permission to occupy the space. I'm not from Rio. I am João. I'm the coordinator and researcher of a group from Heliópolis, São Paulo, called Pesquisadores da Quebrada. It is a young organization created by an organization called UNAS. Before I explain about my territory, I'm going to apologize if I say a lot of slang. I apologize to the interpreters. I usually say a lot of slang. Heliópolis is one of the biggest favelas in São Paulo. It has 1 million square meters. And we have about 200,000 residents over there. That's our estimation. The territory started with the settlement of people that were displaced from other favelas and from the northeast of Brazil. It was based on a grassroots movement to bring public policies to this area. But as it was mentioned here throughout the last 2 days, and also during the Congress in Maré, we have this gap because the governmental data and the non-official governmental data, it's important to differentiate them both. They're not absolute truths that cannot be questioned. And they have this gap when they try to analyze the territory. Heliópolis is one of these cases, as well as the favelas here in Rio, and mobilization always lacks data. So when we say that there are schools, a lack of schools, and there's a lack of hospitals, people just ask us, based on what are you affirming this? So the organization created this observatory inspired by Redes da Maré, but with a slightly different perspective because they focused on the youth. So I'm going to give you an overview on how we work. I think that is the best thing to do here. These are the teams that have been through the observatory. We also had the visits of the Buenaventura representatives in this first photo, but the group is a cyclical group. UNAS understands that since we need to have researchers in the territory, these researchers should be young, not necessarily researchers that are in the university, that already have experience with research, but researchers that have an affection for the territory, that understand the contemporary society and the territory, so that they can teach the younger ones and learn from the older researchers that are kind of biased with their time of work. I'm in most of the photos, but there are other people who are here, like Aloysio, who is with us. This is a process of leadership building in the territory. The theme is cyclic, but it's not because people are leaving or because we can't retain them. It's because these adolescents, these people that do research, they go to other territories and they start making other research there. They start leading other areas of the institution and they create their own institutions too. So talking a little bit about my territory, as I said, Heliópolis is a territory with a lot of grassroots movements, a lot of struggle, but it's also a territory that's full of culture. Whenever they try to change the territory and bring public policies, we enforce them with plenaries on the streets, classes with the children, through activities. That is the most important part. In the observatory, we have that culturally, so we try to replicate this when we look for data. Here we have some examples of data collection activities on site and how we design the research. These are photos of how the research comes to be. So we always gather in public places, talk to the elders that live there, talk to other people, and also discuss what is happening in their communities. And with this methodology, we have, I think, the most important part, which is translating this data into art. So, as I said, we have that in our DNA. We have culture in our DNA. So it's never a report of 300 pages that is going to be launched in the journal X or a scientific paper. As any other research group, we want to express to our peers, but our peers are not in the academia. Our peers are in the territory. So it's a lot easier for us to communicate visually, to be covered by the press and talk to the municipal government that way. These are a few references of very well done research on the pandemic, on the funk parties, on the artists of Heliopolis, on the housekeeping professionals, the cleaning ladies that live in New York, and about climate, income. I advise you to look at it. I invite you to look at it. It is in our Instagram. I just brought these photos to show you how we represent our surveys, our research. And after we represent our surveys somehow, we have another methodology inspired by Paulo Freire and all of the action, what he called action research, and also by the experience of participatory investigation from Colombia. So the process happens where art does not only happen after the research to disseminate the research. Research and data have to be disseminated, but I think we go way beyond that. I think the data has to be built and collected in the territory with the dissemination in mind already. We don't have this traditional premise that the researcher is a third party, that they cannot tamper with what is being researched, or they cannot influence what is being researched, but all of us live there. So whenever we do surveys or research, we inform the researchers during the research. So we try to use research methods that are diverse. We use a lot of posters and graffiti and block parties to inform these researchers while they're doing the research. I think that's it for my part. It is important to say that the data is generated by the youth and communicated that way because data is, above all, a representation or an expression of the reality. And art is also that. I think the youth that does research and that comes from this territory, the most logical way to convey this research is doing art on the streets and doing graffiti and throwing block parties. This is another perspective of the traditional research that is done in a laboratory. When they go out to the site, they don't talk to people. Usually they don't communicate that way, and that's what we do. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am so pleased to be here and honored that I could be here to have these conversations. I do not come from a research background as such. I am more of an artist, a creative, and my work centers around that. I'm also a journalist. I am an investigative journalist. So that's how I present and show up in this world. The work I do, we work with an organization called Power 254. We founded it, and power is exactly what it means, power. And 254 is the country code for Kenya. And the reason for that we formed Power 254 was so that we could help Kenyans take power into their own hands, into how their lives are. We have a tendency to live, when we go to the voting during elections, we vote And then we fall back and expect that our leaders are going to do everything that they're supposed to do. And we've realized that sometimes they don't even know what they're supposed to do. And they do whatever because who's holding them accountable? Who's asking questions? And that's where our organization exists, to help people connect these two, that our leaders and who we are as citizens, we all have a responsibility to create the life that we want. So for us, the poetics of data is about transforming that data that research does, and in a way that we can translate, in a way that we can consume, in a way that we can relate with it. Because what we found is that research has a way of presenting data in a very flat way. It's numbers, it's digits, it's statistics. It begins as spreadsheets and case files. And how do we reveal that human experience inside those numbers? Those are people, those are lives, those are experiences, those are dreams, those are futures, those are stories. So one death is not just a number, it's a family, it's hopes, it's a lot of things, it's who we are. And many arrests, we can say so many arrests, it's not just a figure, it's a map of fear, it's a map of courage, it's a map of resilience, it's a map of hope, it's a map of a lot of things. So we are able to unpack those figures, those statistics, into something that people can relate with. We also reveal the human experience because, like I said before, it's about those emotions. When it's numbers, you don't relate. Who's behind those numbers? What is their story? And there's no context around those figures as such. So we bring humanity into these data sheets, and we treat data not only as proof, but as narratives of lived experiences in the stories that we tell. It's in the how we tell those stories. It's in the music, it's in the films. And I know many of you watch films to unwind, and sometimes you watch a film and you cry. Why do you cry? Because you relate with it, because you see yourself in it, or you see somebody you know, an experience that is very familiar to you. We also use art as a preservation against erasure. There's a risk of forgetting these things because a lot of things are happening. And when we don't stop and just put it in your face, we forget these numbers, we forget these stories. And so art preserves, and we're able to keep that in the memory of a society. And the other thing is that we're able to be witnesses. We're all witnesses. When we walked through the Maré, we're all witnesses to the undeniable presence of what is happening there, to the stories of the people who are living there, to what they're experiencing. And art has a way of doing that in a way that is unforgettable. So we occupy the space between evidence and meaning. Activists must be credible. I mean, activists have to be credible, but art allows us to be interpretive and experiential. We provide both archive and encounter. So we ask not just what happened, but what did that feel like? And again, like I said, you cry, you laugh, you dance, it moves through you. That's what art does. Art provides a language of resistance. It relies on controlling information that activists gather this data to expose hidden patterns of corruption, of brutality, and inequality. I think like you've seen in some of the photos out there, we are able to symbolize, we use symbolism. The symbol of a pig is a member of parliament in my country. We call them MPigs because when you think of a pig and the things that it does, it eats anything and everything. It sort of digests it somehow. The things that you are despicable, pigs eat those things. And the way our members of parliament behave is that they don't care about the people. They don't know why they're in office. They're not there to serve anyone but themselves. And so they've been depicted in my country as vultures and as pigs. And when you refer to MPigs in my country, everyone knows what you're talking about, or vultures. You're not talking just about animals unless you specify, which is quite funny. So numbers prove injustice, but art makes it impossible to ignore. And it makes it, like I said before, memorable, because that's how we refer to our members of parliament. So when it comes to translating this poetics of data, we do this through murals, and the goal is to make geographies of repression visible. It's about making these things present in our everyday life, that you can see it. And like the people who've spoken before me as well, it's the way we tell these stories. We create human-centered stories because it's the people. You are that person that is being violated. You see them, you hear their stories, you relate with them. So they are human-centered, and that's why we are here, because we can do something about it. It's through performance, it's the music, it's the dance. We turn data into a felt and embodied experience. And lastly, it's about spatial art. Those public installations, it's the photography, it's the graffiti on the walls, it's the photography, the live graffiti exhibitions in the streets. You see them, you pass by them, and you remember what is happening. Storytelling gives data life. Youth collectives and independent media translate complex civic data sets into podcasts, into documentaries, and soundscapes. In this way, data is the backbone. We start with that, but then we break it down and translate it into not just something that is informational, but something that is emotional and something that is political. So the audience that consume this don't just learn a statistic, they experience the very weight of it. I will tell you a story later, hopefully, Jeff, if you'll allow, not now, about what that is like. And I can give you an example. And I think a lot of people that have spoken, not just today, but in the previous days, have also displayed that. So memory is put in the streets. It's put where everybody can see it, those who are the perpetrators and those who are victims. What begins as data collected, it becomes public memory. Murals, projections, and spatial art transform distant statistics into immediate physical presence. So these numbers are people. These numbers, it's a son, it's a father, it's a mother, it's a wife, it's a daughter, it's a child, it's you, and it is me. So we humanize evidence, and we make patterns visible, and we inspire collective action. It's like water. Water can be one particle, but by itself, you can't see it. It has no impact. It can't quench your thirst. But when it moves and it catches a lot of other particles, then you can quench your thirst. You can feel the cooling effect of that water, and that's what art does for us. So lastly, that just tells us what happened. Art makes sure that we cannot look away. It makes it undeniable, and it's not something that you can ignore. I think that's it for now. I will tell you more a little later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Njeri. And now we will turn to Shaima.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to have the conversations we're having inside and outside the conferences, like on the way, over dinner, over breakfast. What I'm presenting, yeah, is it better now? Yeah, okay, can you hear me? Okay. The project that I'm presenting now is a project that sits alongside my PhD research project, which is on green colonialism. But on the side, I'm also a visual artist, and for the past year, I've been working on a reconstruction of a destroyed and displaced Palestinian village, Saydun, turning it into a 3D visualized or 3D virtual reality project. The project asks what counts as data when official archives are incomplete, violent, colonial, and who produces data in contexts of settler colonial erasures. So as I was saying, the project works with the village of Saydun, which was destroyed and ethnically cleansed in April 1948 during operation called Nahshun, when the Zionist forces launched a series of coordinated attacks on Palestinian villages surrounding Jerusalem and the Ramle, during which massacres were carried out, villages were razed, and here you can see a map of the different Palestinian villages across Palestine. The red and the white, the red and the yellow villages are the ones that were ethnically cleansed and destroyed. They don't exist anymore now in 48. And of course, this number is higher now after the genocide in Gaza in October 20, that started in October 23. So what was once home to approximately 250 people has been turned into horizontal rows of vineyards. This is a photo of Saydun, which I was able to walk in 15 years ago for the first and last time. And this is a photo of Nader Jalal al-Bis, one of the residents of Saydun who had to flee in 1948. So how do we turn testimony into a terrain, into a digital terrain? This is what the project looks at and tries to do in 3 different layers. First, the remembered, which takes shape through a memory map. The project is based on the memory map of Jalal al-Bis, who created it in 2012, which formed the starting point of the project. So this model was created 64 years after Nakba from memory, where he outlined every single house, tree, oven, path in the village. And we can, through it, we can see where the springs were, where everyone lived, how people moved across the city with the interviews that accompany this model. And this model, it provided the primary architecture without which we couldn't have identified other resources for Saydun, which are the aerial photos of Saydun. Yeah. To construct the village, I was able to use different resources and different interviews, some that were done by the family of Jalal al-Bis, but also other Palestinian projects that documented different testimonies with Palestinian survivors of al-Nakba, and they did this really long interviews where people outlined the economic and social and political history of each village. These are all open source, they're available online. It was a project by Palestinian historian called Sliman Abu Sitta. So through these unofficial and familial and vernacular forms of memory that we are able to push against the logic of the archive. These offer us living archives that are transmitted across generations and are able to offer us structure, relation, and continuity, which are also anchored in lived experience, spatial fluency, and habit. The other layer of the project is the aerial layer, or the colonial archives that we were able to use to understand, to fully construct the village. So we were able to locate where Saydun is on the map. We were able to get the pinpoint, the coordinates of the village, as you can see here. And then through that, we were able to understand the topography of the village, and in order to start constructing it step by step. So we did an analysis of the ground, of where it sat exactly. Through comparison with the villages that still exist today, we were able to understand what the stones looked like, which trees were there, which plants are still there, the architecture, and these were also complemented by the model that was created by Jalal al-Bis. And then we started reconstructing the village step by step. And by coincidence, because the model that we had was so accurately remembered, we were able to identify aerial photos of Saydun. And This is quite amazing because we didn't know that these existed. This photo was taken in 1949, which is a year after the village was destroyed. And maybe you can tell, but some of the houses are missing the rooftops, which was a strategy to prevent Palestinians from returning to the villages. And when we were doing an analysis between the memory map and the aerial, we could see that it was pretty accurate. But I still had doubts, so I had to double check that the aerial actually matches the memory map. So we were looking through different open source programs and different archives and doing some road analysis as well, just to be 100% sure that this is Saydun, this is a photo of Saydun, and this is an archive that we can use. So with the help of Nisreen Zahda, I would like to thank her, we were able to layer different aerials on top and to identify the exact location of the village. I wanted to speak more about the process of working, but maybe that can come up in the conversation. But this is what we have now. So the idea of the project is that we reconstructed the village as a walkable environment, or in the style of a video game, where you could now walk through the village, interact with the objects. You can and see what it looked like, but also the possibilities of what could have been. The process raised a lot of questions, not just about the accuracy of rendering this village and reconstructing it, but also about what it means to translate memory into data. And how do you build from fragments? What kind of textures, trees, and sounds can evoke a world that's now erased? What is the role of narrative, of memory, of error? And these were not just technical questions, but they were also ethical and aesthetic and political questions. They were decisions about how space, time, and relation might be rendered differently without flattening their complexity. So what does it mean to mark my grandfather's home as data? Reappearance in this sense is not merely about visibility, but it's about disturbing colonial temporalities, refusing to disappear and insisting on Palestinian presence where it hasn't been systematically erased and denied. The reconstruction of Saydun departs from these interruptions in the archive and translates them into a digital strategy. Saydun reappears neither as a monument to what was lost nor as nostalgia, but as a living contradiction to the colonial claim that it never was, even though it can't be restored to its previous form. Thank you.
Does this work? I'm going to try putting myself over here so that I can actually see all of you, which I can't from the other side. Again, this is trying to work around the structural barriers here. Thank you all so much for those wonderful and inspiring presentations that so eloquently spoke about your experiences and also spoke to each other. So what I'd like to ask you to do now, in any order that you want, so we could just see who wants to start, is give us some specific examples of the processes you're describing. Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you for the presentations. That's what I said. And I'm going to invite you now to speak with each other and give us some examples of the process or the texture or the inspiration of specific cases of the kind of move from data to representation, although João has also pointed out very nicely that data doesn't exist without these processes of thinking about art and what it is as it's being collected. We've heard examples of theater and how theater connects to massacre. We've heard examples of young people and the use of art and this focus on young people, on what does it feel like and on how to translate from archives into a meaningful digital experience. So I'll turn it over to you, ask you to keep your comments to 2 or 3 minutes. I will invite you to interrupt each other, either just by speaking or holding your hand up, so that if you find resonance between what someone else is saying and you could bring us to that. So would someone like to start us off with an example? Go in order then. John Eric.
Bueno, a mí me gustaría que me...
Eu gostaria que
Well,
a minha apresentação,
I would like to see my slides again, please,
se for possível.
if it's possible.
Bom, eu vou falar sobre dois
I'm going
exemplos
to
pontuais.
speak about two specific examples.
Dois exemplos pontuais. Seria o
One would
teatro
be
pela vida.
seeding the theater for
Temos
life,
exemplo,
and we have
processo para nós
as a
muito
process of these
Nós temos uma
documents.
tradição oral,
And we
o
come from this
teatro,
oral
com
tradition with
poesia,
theater,
com
with
música,
poetry,
com
with
pintura,
music,
com
painting,
atos simbólicos.
with symbolic
Como nós
acts.
podemos unir todos
How
esses
can we
exercícios
bring
artísticos?
all
E em um momento, desses
these
contextos, nós
artistic
pensamos, vamos montar uma
elements
peça de teatro.
together? And we thought about putting together this theater play where we could represent all of these expressions, being faithful to what we wanted to show the world from this document that was developed with the voices of women, the voices of leaders,
Com os anciãos, com os adolescentes,
the elderly, adolescents, children, and we wanted to be faithful to that, being able to show that with this art piece that would enable us to dream
porque esse documento não só
about the
traz
territory we
um
want.
conflito, a violência,
Because this is not only showing the conflict, the violence, the consequences, but this document is bringing this resistance, the strength that we have in the territory. A clear example is this play called Touching the Tide. And why is that? Because in order to enter the data, it was important to touch the tide. And to know Buenaventura, it's important to touch the tide, to understand what happened in the territory. You have to go to the territory, you have to feel its smell, you have to touch it. And then we created this initiative that we launched in 2015, and it's still happening today. So we keep denouncing, we keep reflecting about this raw reality that we have in this territory. So this is a process that enabled us to experience that, because this is not a static group with the same people, it's also a school. And another example that is very powerful to us is music, its sounds, is the images of the territory. And I also bring this video concerning a campaign we had in 2020 during the pandemic that was called Let's Make a Pact for Life and Peace. And this is another example on how data and information can be transformed into arts. So I don't know if we can play this video.
Pode ser ao final também.
Yes, at the end we could show that.
We'll invite you to comment and compare as we go along as well.
Eu pensei muito assim para dar um exemplo, porque o De Olho na Quebrada ele existe.
I was thinking about this example because our organization called De Olho na Quebrada has been existing for over 10 years. So I'm going to bring two experiences. I'm sorry that I didn't bring the pictures, but within the territory, I think that we have something that is similar to Rio, because we have this funk party. If you're not from Brazil, this funk party is a cultural demonstration that always happens in the peripheries, and we play funk. That is a Brazilian style, music style. So we have this social imagery that this is a place where a lot of drugs is sold, where we have a lot of danger, drug traffickers are there. And the young people from Heliópolis wanted to talk about that. So we did this survey within the funk party. So we were able to use this booth close to the party, and we were talking to people in exchange of lollipops and water and condoms, and we were asking them, why are you going to the party? And this is a way for you to understand the reality. We are not only using the arts, we are not only engaged with arts to disclose or disseminate the research, but when you're doing the research as well. After the survey, we understood that this funk party is not a place where people go to use drugs. They go to have fun. In the case of Heliópolis, we see people from other regions. 46% of the people coming to the parties, they are not from the favelas. So we were able to debunk that stigma. And it's we work with baby steps, because when we had the massacre in Paraisópolis, when 9 people died and 2 people were from Heliópolis, it was a massacre operation because it happened at the same time in both places. And we were the only research group in São Paulo that was talking about that. We had data on the funk parties, about the people who were coming to the parties. With that, we were able to fight this narrative that was this mainstream media narrative that the police were doing that with the justification that it was right, that they were persecuting drug traffickers in the territory. And we were able to show that that wasn't true. Because if in the greatest favela in São Paulo, the funk party is there as a cultural demonstration, that people were going there to have leisure, where are the drug traffickers? We were able to show that with data that came from the will of these young people to go to the funk parties and tell us the stories.
So our research already contains art, because the youth has this feeling. And I'm going to give you another example. In Heliópolis, we have a street called Capitão do Mato. Capitão do Mato is a term used by brown people in the past during slavery that would work for the masters of the crops, and they would hunt down the slaves. We wanted to change the name of that street desperately. But when we went to the houses to get signatures to change the name of the street, people didn't want to answer and didn't want to participate. And the back street is called Capitão dos Mares, which is actually a term used for an orisha in Umbanda. So we did a block party and we invited everybody to discuss. So we had the captain of the woods, which is Capitão do Mato, and captain of the seas, that's Capitão dos Mares, and we called this party Captain of What? So we went there to discuss if we should change the name of that street or not, and research within the territory. So these are examples of how art and parties are in research, not only as communication tools, but it has to be intrinsic also to the process of data collection. As it was mentioned here during the discussions of this table, we are human. We're researching human people. So if we are human, we have to let the expression of art appear and let culture appear, and research based on that and not based on an imaginary or a diagnosis. Who are we giving a diagnosis to? No one is sick. So we don't call it diagnosis. We're talking about people's realities, at least in my territory.
Thank you so much, João Victor. Njeri.
If you came to my country, the idea of those parties, I think, is very fascinating. I don't know. Our parties have been made very private, and you can only have them in very closed spaces or in a bar or in a club. So I find what you're saying very fascinating, that we would be able to call people together. Maybe we'll talk about this and you can teach me how to do this, because I think it's very interesting how you're able to do that. And then again, I feel like sadly, in my country, I've learned this from here, when you do research, everybody is involved in this research. In my country, people are very reserved with their data. We're struggling to get young people to register as voters now, because that means you need to have a national identity card. And with a national identity card, then if you start a business, then the government will come and will collect taxes from you. And as it is, our government taxes are not, we're seeing a lot of corruption, and our taxes are not working for us. And we're being taxed almost 50%. Yet we can see politicians living very lavish lives. So it's very problematic trying to do research, because people don't want to talk to you. And research is almost left to an elite sort of community, whether it will be done in universities or in posh neighborhoods. But when it's being done in low-income areas, it's a bit challenging. People don't want to talk. So what we've done is we have social justice centers where people will come and say, this is what is happening to us. And there it's block numbers. So, and they know the people individually. They know this family, they know their children. And that's how that is. But I'll tell you a story about a young man who was 22 years old, and he lived in Kibera. Kibera is an equivalent of a Maré here. And he was studying at Leeds University. So he came back home during Christmas holiday, and his name was Carlton Minor. Now, Carlton loved to play football. He had a book in hand or a football, and he enjoyed, and he was quite a smart, inquisitive, polite kid. So when he came for Christmas, one morning on the morning of December 22nd in 2018, he was coming from a football game with his friends, and they met with plainclothes police officers, and they told them to step down, and some of the boys ran, and he lifted his hands and pleaded for his life. The police then shot him, they say, in the face, in the stomach, in the ankle, and Carlton died. What did Carlton do to deserve that? But it was not just Carlton. This is a story of many, many children, many young people that it's happening to. So what we then did is we did a mural on a highway of Carlton's photo, so that nobody forgets what happened to Carlton. And Carlton is not just one young man, he is many children, and that has stayed there. It's still on that street, and people in that community have reserved it. Then in 2015, early 2015, there was a shootout in a university, and 147 young people, students, were killed. And again, we were just told 147 people died. Now, if you don't know, Garissa University is very far from Nairobi, from the city, from the capital city of Kenya. So when young people have died in a university, it gripped a lot of fear within a lot of universities, people wondering, will this happen again in any university? So what we did is we did a concert, and we had masks that were printed the flag of Kenya, and we wrote their names on the forehead, because we couldn't have their photos, all of them, at such a short time. And what that did is it humanized that number. It brought those families, the country in mourning. We brought everybody together in mourning in a concert. All the big artists came and sang in that concert. And if you look even on Twitter right now, we said 147, not just a number, because it was not just a figure of people. It was hopes. It was young people whose families had invested so much money to take them to university. And they had managed to do that, and their lives were brought to an end in a place where people should have been safe. So what did government do? Nothing, nothing. So in institutions where our children are meant to be safe, now they are not safe. Whose responsibility is it? And it has enabled a lot of conversations and people to take up responsibility where they have abandoned it. Because it is about Carlton, who takes responsibility? There was 12 policemen. 4 were charged, and to date, that case has not ended. A child was shot in their home, a 6-year-old child, baby Pendo, in her mother's arms. She was shot, she was beaten, 6 months old, 6 months old. She was beaten, and there was tear gas that was lobbed in their house, and this baby died. Whose responsibility is it? So when we talk about what is happening to an individual, or we name one person, it is what is happening in that community. It is what's happening to all these people. And then we enable conversations that need to be had to start being had, and heads are rolling, questions are being asked, and somebody has to take responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Njeri. Shema.
Yeah, thank you. How to start? I feel like many of us are talking about remembrance, and when I was thinking about this project, this reconstruction, I was thinking a lot about how we remember, and remembering in contrast to the word dismembering and the dismembering of geography. There's a Palestinian scholar, his name is Bshara Domani. He talks about the 2 greatest archives for Palestinians, which is land and social relations. And they're both being targeted. So the land is fragmented, social communities are fragmented, memory is lost, but there's also a persistence on remembering through different ways. And I don't know if I can show you the presentation. So one of the references here, like for the project, they were these.
Do you want your presentation up?
It could be useful if it's there, but thank you.
Could you put up Shaima's presentation?
Can we put up the presentation? It's okay. When it comes, I will show you. But so one of the references for this building is this is one of the books. Is that in the absence of a national archive, of a national museum, because it's dangerous to do so, people take it on as a responsibility to remember and to document the history, the social history, the struggles. So it falls on the shoulders of the communities themselves to do that. And I think this is also what we've been discussing. And there's something in Palestine, there are the village books. So each family, or not necessarily each family, but descendants from these villages that were destroyed would write these books documenting how the village was, what the family names, family members, whatever they can remember about these villages. And this was one of the books of Saidun. And as I was saying, I am from Saidun, so I'm a descendant of Saidun. My grandpa is Jalal al-Bis, who left this village. And this is one way that that we can remember what it looked like, how people related to each other, etc. And when I was thinking about this project, I was also thinking, like, this project had different layers, because at that point I was thinking about walking and how walking became an impossibility in Palestine at the moment, especially since the beginning of the genocide, where it's now very dangerous to walk between villages and to walk between places. And one of the motivations was to imagine walking across time and across space in locations that are now impossible to access, but are also not there anymore. And this was the drive beyond, like, for this project, is we hear stories of these places, but we don't know what they look like. We don't know how people moved between these houses. which type of plants and sounds were there. So I'm also collaborating with the musicians and sound designers now to think about the soundscape of the village in a way to revive it, but also in a way to keep that memory alive. And it makes you think about archives. Yani, the archives that we were using are these archives, which are Zionist. This is the archive of the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, and these photographs were not accessible before. So it was really difficult to find, and many times they are mislabeled as well. So it's hard to identify what the aerial is for which village. Sometimes the coordinates are wrong, so you wouldn't know how to find information and how to locate it. So it was only through having this model, which my grandpa created, that we were able to match the aerial with the model itself. I think there's a lot to say, but I think there's also a running theme about this remembering and not forgetting, and why we need to remember, especially in these moments when dispossession is increasing and accelerating, when people are dying and forgetting, when generations are also dying and forgetting. So it's one way of keeping that memory alive and insisting on a possibility of different past, of the possibility of a different future, of a different present. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for these examples and reflections that are both bringing us your work and enriching this discussion so much. I'm going to just say a few words, then I'm going to invite any of you, if you'd like, to further comment on each other's examples. We don't need to do that. And then after we do that, I'd like to, as I said, open it up to both questions to the panelists, but I'm hoping we can use this time a little differently and invite you in short comments to talk about ways in which what the panelists have told you about their work may connect to, inspire, remind you, or ask you questions about something that you've done in terms of the poetics of data representation, so as to take the discussion one step further. But I just wanted to point out for me how rich it was to hear about these moments of poetic or playful creation, of turning a report of massacre into a work of theater that people experience through acting and music, to hear about the lollipops for Why Are You Here, and your insistence again, João, that the play and the poetics are in the data collection, not just in the representation of it, and then using that information to challenge public narratives. The turning of a killing, or the representing, or the bringing close to people a killing through a mural on a highway. And then what Shema told us about creating an experience of walking in a place and time when it's hard to walk in the present and impossible to walk to the place of the past, but bringing us through archival work and memories to the actual, a virtual version of the actual textures. So I think each of those experiences that connects to each other and to the topic that we're trying to get out and learn something from here. So thank you. And would any of you like to comment further on each other, or should we, let me invite you to do that if you'd like to.
Sí.
Yes, I would like to, as yesterday, during the reflection exercise, I was thinking about all of this information and data. And I was thinking, very often people have an idea of using that research for what? What is the purpose of that research? And that allows us to see that the decision itself, the fact of deciding, well, we have to do this, So, because no one else is going to do this, we have to keep this memory because no one else is going to keep this memory. This already is a purpose, and that transforms society. And sometimes we don't have a final purpose or a final product. The transformation that we want to see is the process itself. This already transforms lives. It already transforms collectives. The territory is transformed itself because we discuss during the process. Very often we want to do something or a project, or we see that it is more powerful to write a poetry or to write a song, but this happens as we move forward in the process, respecting all of the knowledge and experiences that others already had along the way. Very often we're very concerned about an outcome or a product, but the process is important too. The process must show us these ways to go.
Data representation is the poetics, as João said, of data gathering. And I hear you saying, Jean-Eric, that it's the poetics of community creation as well. And I really appreciate that connection. Would anyone else like to add? João Victor.
Eu acho que uma coisa que a gente...
I think something that was discussed here and that made me reflect a lot was how much memory is important. Listening to Ninjetti and listening to Shaima, and also getting to know the work of Come Pasa in Colombia, how much the process of memory is important for us to remember the territory or be concerned with culture to do the research. There is a fact that there is a part of it that matters a lot. People being from the territory matters a lot.
So what we are doing here in this Congress, which is the citizen-generated data, is so important. And it's so important that we have people from the territory making that happen. So as a researcher, we shape ourselves in this process. Because that's it. We're doing research and arts with the same goal and the same will to change our territories, bringing back inputs to improve things. So we have to talk to politicians, with scholars, with people from all around the world. So I was wondering, I'm becoming kind of square. Because people from the observatory, they see me and they show me that I'm talking with difficult words, and that reminded me that we have to talk the way our folks talk, our grandparents talked, our parents talked, not only with the data but also with the play.
Thank you. Despite all my commitments and intentions to invite lots of comments, I've just been told that there's less time than I thought left. I think we may have started a little late, so maybe you can give us 5 or 10 extra minutes. So I apologize to the panelists for stopping this discussion now, which I think we could go on and would just get richer and richer. But I want to open it up to people in the audience or online to share some of your own experiences very briefly, because we only have about 15 minutes, or ask questions to the panelists.
So there's already one question, but I lost my question maker, but we have another one here.
Bom, muito obrigada, eu amei.
Thank you so much. I loved this panel. It's so beautiful. We always talk about data representation, but there's this process of making data. producing data. So the number is representing a family, but the number is also representing this dimension around the person, what they experienced. That could be a violent process until we created a number. And we shouldn't diminish that story. We shouldn't pack into a number. So I wanted to listen from you how to create from memory, or how to create memory with arts, how it could be a healing process as well, especially when we are creating data or art about the violence. And if you have a story, an anecdote where people were able to be healed with that.
Thank you. I think we'll collect several questions, or several comments
Yes,
again.
if
not
there
just
is anyone
questions.
else who has questions, yes.
Bom dia.
Good morning.
Queria só ouvir pouco a mesa, os convidados.
I wanted to listen from the panel members because we were talking about poetic and data, how data are building narratives. They are important elements to the popular organization of the territory. But we know that when we produce data and we provide visibility for some elements, we put people at risk. So we are always in this balance concerning this exposition that could be used for good or bad. So how do you navigate in this tension?
Should we take another one or yes? Okay.
I think we can generate a conversation among those listening as well as those here. So Guilherme, and then if there are other people who would like to either ask a question or talk about how this resonates with your own experiences, I think that would be very wonderful at this moment.
Bom dia. Gostei muito do painel também.
Good morning. I love that panel as well. It's so interesting. And since we're talking about data poetics, I remembered Wally Salomão, a Brazilian poet, that says a sentence that matches what we were talking about, saying that memory is not a linear process, but in reality is a set of different constructions that we do over time. So it brought together Aloysius and Aline's questions, because in fact, memory is this field that we build, that we resignify. But how to deal with this idea about building memories when we are observing the future with the update of technology? How can we preserve this memory? How can we bring this memory closer in this society that is always thinking about producing the future? How do you see this connection between building a memory, but also looking ahead through data and evidence that we produce in this resignification of memory? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I think we could take one or two more before we maybe turn
It's
it
only
back to
this
our
side,
panelists,
apparently.
maybe never turn it back to our panelists.
Muchas gracias. Me ha parecido muy interesante.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. This panel was so interesting, so inspiring, with all the interventions. My question has to do with
Essas dinâmicas vão sendo
how these dynamics are being generated, the dynamics collected through art, and how can the community be inserted in this process? How can you deal with expectations in the process as well? Because when someone is generating these dynamics, this participatory dynamics, this person also generates this utopian idea about the future. So how do we generate transformation with this aspect? Because I'm from Peru, and when we talk about arts, it doesn't have the same weight as a policy in the sense of transformation. How can we give this power to art so that it can be ongoing in time, so that the symbolic can endure? That's it. Thank you. Very quickly, yesterday I was asking in the panel, What do we do when we are experiencing a situation when we produce more and more data, robust data, in this social and political context where these numbers are no longer generating awareness or sensitivity? So how do you achieve your audience in different ways, different than arts or from the arts?
Enough, no?
I think we should stop then. I'm going to, I think these questions wonderfully speak to each other as well as to the panelists. So I'm just going to repeat some of what I took from the questions, and then maybe we could have another 8 minutes or so. If any, we don't need to respond. We can leave it at what everyone said, but I also want to invite any of you who'd like to respond. And first off, Jedi and Shema, if you'd like, because others spoke. But Aline was asking us about healing. And if any of your examples include, or if you could speak to the question of healing. Luizio is talking about risk and how this process that we're talking about, poetics and play and generating information, is also a process laden with risk, and how not just how do we avoid risk, but how do we hold that risk, that fear, that possibility. Guilherme talked about, quoting Solomon, that this is not, memory is not linear, but a set of constructions over time. And you're all talking about constructing. You're talking about virtual construction, Shema. So I would add that into the mix. A question of community expectations. I really think that's important here, that by trading lollipops for information, by building information, we're both creating a tool, and I think is what I heard you say, creating expectations that may be very hard to meet, because our capacity to use art to challenge power has possibilities and limits as well. So how do you deal with this creation of expectation that may also not be met, and which is another piece of this process? And then, Moises, I'm not remembering your more and more data when, anyway, I'm not gonna rephrase your question, but healing, risk, construction of memory over time, and expectations that may not be met. So if anyone would like to take us from there, Shema and Judy, would you? Shema?
Yeah. I think one of the, I'll go back to the references, because I think that's where it relates when we talk about community. It's how people contribute to compiling and creating this data. And one of the websites, which is the Palestine Remembered website, which is this project by Salman Abu Sitta that I mentioned, that was an open website where a lot of Palestinian refugees from around the world were able to upload photos of their villages, upload these books, the Destroyed Villages books that I was telling you about, upload different information, upload photos of their visits if they were able to return. And this website, over many years, it grew into this huge database that is so rich, documenting this experience, where people were also able to find each other, because families were disconnected. And some people stayed in Palestine, some people were outside of Palestine in the neighboring countries, and some people migrated even further. So this was one part of like, how do we create a platform to remember together? And that was an important platform for me to be able to think through Saidun. And then maybe I talk, Saidun could be a minor detail, this village, because it's 200 people. So it's a tiny village that it wouldn't have made it into any book. There's a book on Palestinian villages, and there's 3 lines about Saidun. For me, Saidun is my history, because it's the village that I come from. It's the village where my grandpa was from which my grandpa was displaced. So doing this project is turning Saidun into what everyone is talking about. It's not a number. It's not just another village that was destroyed out of these 400 Palestinian villages that were destroyed in 48. And I think in this totality of annihilation that we're witnessing today, it's important to remember these details, like even this very small village that was perhaps insignificant in the history of Palestine because it was this tiny. So this is maybe one thing about remembering, and then maybe I tell you a little bit about how I see this project growing, is that it can be an interface, or like it can be a platform for other people to reconstruct their own villages. Because what we've been doing this year is really experimenting with programming. The team is me and Axel Qurban, who's this amazing game designer, 3D developer, who without him, this wouldn't have happened. So it's us too. And we've been experimenting a lot on how to make this, with a lot of failures, of how to rebuild this village, how to create 3D assets, how to do roads, how to do map analysis, how to understand the topography and locate it where it was, how to create textures for the stones, how to match the color of the dirt. Like just thinking about these details that took a lot of experimentation and failure. And hopefully one day this will be accessible for anyone who has these maps of their villages, to not only recreate them, because this is not the point. The point is not to recreate the villages as they were. But is to add this imagined dimension that I was talking about, is to work between the archive, between memory, and between what we imagine this landscape will be after liberation. So I hope I answer something. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jedi?
I think for me, the question about how do you insert the community in the process? I think the community is in the process, because we're talking about them. We're talking about the experiences that they are going through. And visualizing that, making them seen through art, is what connects them. Remember what I said about water being an atom, a particle that flows when it gets other atoms, and that's how there is a flow. So the community is in the process. It is just bringing that together in a way that makes them visible. And then there's a question about risk. Let me tell you, when we did the MPIGS protest, it was about politicians trying to raise their salaries in a time when the country was doing really badly, but they wanted to get so much money and a package for life after they leave office. And the term that came to mind for a lot of Kenyans was that you're behaving like pigs. And that has stayed. But also what that does is that creative spaces have become a place of civic infrastructure, where we have these conversations that you don't know where to have them. How do you have them? What words do you use to talk about what? You know what it is, but how do you have a language, a common language, where we can say this is what it is, and this is what we don't want, and this is what we want. So creating those spaces where you can have this kind of conversations through these forms of symbolism, where you have an MPIG, where you have a vulture, where you have a matatu, a public transport, where you can, so taking out the risk, where you use symbolism, where the law cannot come and find you, because a politician cannot come and say, you called me a pig. I didn't say, Louisa, you're a pig. I just put a pig. If you identify with a pig, then you are the pig. I didn't say you're a pig, right? So you cannot take me to court for saying that, but I'm talking about you. And it becomes very difficult, because everyone thinks, they see a pig and they think of you. And even you feel very, But even when you're telling about stories of people that are at risk, no using names, no using locations, no using things that completely, very directly they can be identified with. Because there's also cases where you have to keep people's identity very confined. For their own safety, you have to keep their stories not too obvious, but you're still telling their stories. And it's in the creative way that you find to tell those stories that still tell it all, but those people could be in this room. But the way you tell the story, when you look around, everybody in this room is that person. So who is it really? Which person are you talking about? Because the way you put that story makes all of us in this room that person. So you have to be very creative in how you package that in a way that tells that story in a very specific way without identifying the person, that they're here on in exile, that they have been here, that this is where they live, and this is what, but you can talk about their experiences. And I think that helps people to have conversations that would not otherwise have been had about, say, refugees' statuses and what they're struggling with and what their challenges are and how they can be integrated within communities. Because you, like you said, you see them, we're all just people. We're all just sons and daughters and fathers and mothers and, you know, we're all just, at the end of the day, you go home and shut your door and you're just another human being, and so is everybody. But why does my humanity have to clash with yours? Why does my existence, why do I have to exist at the expense of your existence? So it's finding a way where we can all live and make room and hold space and just live.
Thank you. I know you're going to tell us we have to get off the stage, but João, I think you had something you wanted to add, and then briefly, and then John Eric briefly, and then I promise everyone we will end.
Não, eu queria dizer que
I wanted to say that I think that's it.
Pega num lugar onde a divulgação
Art
científica,
is
dado científico,
put in a
não
place
tem. E acho que
and
isso
is
responde
conveyed
pelo menos às
something
três
that
perguntas.
the scientific data aren't able to
Vai convidar
convey.
você a voltar naquele lugar.
Art is curing because it's going to invite you to go back to that place. And Shyman's work is talking about that, and John Eric's work as well. Because you go back to that place, you know that place, you make peace with that, and you empower yourself with that knowledge, and you convey that to others. So I don't believe that, well, you asked about continuity. I think that a piece of data informs, and that information is going to serve for that moment. And when it comes through art, it's going to transform the human being in such a way that this person is going to be changed and is going to convey that to others. And this is happening in the lab. I started with research, and I was not going to college, but now I'm going to college and I'm going to graduate as a person who deals with statistics. So to me, the greatest researcher there is my 8-year-old brother who asks me about things. So children and all the youth are the best way for us to look into the future and also look into the past.
We were at Maré and people talked about Sankofa, and I think to mitigate, you have to unite. You can kill a person, but you cannot kill an idea. So we heard a lot about this during these days. Thank you. I would also like very briefly to say that yesterday we were seeing how the data that is consolidated, those big official data, and today we're talking about how we dignify data, how we transform data so it does not stay only in numbers. So they can reveal historical experiences. And this is the importance of this panel, speaking specifically about how through art we can transform this data, which is so complex to digest by the communities, into something palpable. Aloysio was asking, how can we protect ourselves? And I think the message was not working alone. In the Pacific Colombia, we learned that we work collectively, and that allows us to protect ourselves. We shield the process. We keep the process throughout time, and that implies that we don't stay idle in those processes. We allow other people to take part in these exercises, and we allow children to also understand what is being done, and they will contribute as well. And I think this allows us to sustain the process throughout time. And why do we choose art to visibilize these realities we see in the territories? Because art makes us human. It allows us to heal our wounds. It allows us to see that even though we live through complex situations, we are also important. We are human beings that can continue contributing. There's a woman, for example, that lost her husband who was a fisherman. And whenever we made an artwork, she was devastated. And with her testimony, she said, I suffered, but the art continues. She says that to other women.
And interactions, and thank the wonderful questions as well and everyone who's participating.
So now, before we move to the next, we will set up, when we will have a picture with the panelists, and we will move to the next one. Okay, so this panel, this will be panel number 4. Data activism, conflict resistance, and evidence making. We do have 2 speakers online, 2 speakers in presence. So the first one is Ali Abu Sheikh, who is a Palestinian communication specialist and writer based in Doha, with a background on digital humanities. And Ali, after being in Gaza during the events of October 2023 and living just before the border closed, he has been working deeply committed with sharing the untold stories of Palestinians' life, their resilience, culture, and humanity through his writing and public speaking. And Ali is joining us online as he was unable to travel. So welcome, Ali.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm so glad to be here today, and I'm so sorry I couldn't make it to Brazil due to the current situation in the Middle East. Ali, should I start?
No, if you give me just one moment, so I present everyone else, and then would you just follow up?
Okay, take your time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wilfredo Larmadigo. He's also joining us online from Kenya. He's a community organizer and a social justice activist and a national convener at the Social Justice Center Working Group in Kenya. His work brings together grassroots movements advocating for human rights, and he has led campaigns against extrajudicial killings, enforced disappearance, gender-based violence, and corruption. And all his work is rooted in community action and Pan-African solidarity. So welcome, Wilfred. I see you online.
I hope you can hear me.
Perfect. Also here with us today in the room is Ashkan Chehelton, who is an architect for forensic architecture, and he's a special researcher who has been working with forensic architecture since 2021. His research investigates police violence, racist attacks, and crimes connect with Germany's colonial history, and he's currently in Rio collaborating with Redes. So welcome, Ashkan. And finally, we have the woman of the panel, Taina Alvarenga, who is a social worker trained in the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and she also works with Redes, and her specializations is urban policy and urban sociology, and she works, sorry, okay. Yeah. She's focusing on housing and urbanization in the peripheral areas of Rio and contributing to the Observatorio das Metrópolis and working closely with the families and territories. So welcome, Taina. And to moderate this panel, we have Aloisio Marino from InfoCitizen. So now the floor is yours, Aloisio.
Muito obrigado, Berta.
Thank you very much, Beta. Thank you very much to everyone here. I confess that my English is not the best, and my Brazilian accent is something I can't get away from. So I prepared a small script trying to be very straightforward and not very participatory in this roundtable. As the mediator, I think the most important part is our guests. Just a second. Let's do this. Well, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with such special guests. Since our guests come from different parts of the world, Palestine, Kenya, Iran, and Brazil, I will moderate the panel with short interventions, each followed by a translation into English so that everybody can understand. Our panel addresses data production from an activist perspective. Our guests will share experiences that show how diverse this field is. From using data as a form of denunciation and evidence building, to using it as a tool for constructing alternatives.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with such special guests. Since our guests come from different parts of the world, Palestine, Kenya, Iran, and Brazil, I will moderate this panel with short interventions followed by translation in English. Our panel addresses data production from an activist perspective. Our guests will share experience that show how diverse this field is, from using data as a form of denunciation and evidence building to using it as a tool for constructing alternatives. So, to begin, I give the floor to Ali Absheiki. Thank you, Ali, for being with us. It's a great honor. Please, Ali.
Thank you so much, and thanks for everyone coming today to listen to us. So I think I should get this started. So everyone can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you, Ali. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm here to tell the world how we can make Palestine visible again, touching base on digital activism, storytelling, and online resistance. So I'm a writer and digital humanities researcher. I'm also a contributor with We Are Not Numbers. My work sits at the intersection of digital humanities research, digital activism, storytelling, and testimony. And as someone originally from Gaza and writer with We Are Not Numbers, I'm really interested in how digital platforms allow people to share lived experiences, challenge dominant narratives, as in the case of Palestine, and make our voices visible on social media platforms and digital platforms as well. In today's talk, I'll try to briefly touch on digital activism and the politics of online visibility, my research on Palestinian digital activism on Twitter, which is now called X, also digital activism during the current Gaza genocide, and I'll touch base on storytelling and the role of We Are Not Numbers later in this presentation. But before getting started, why digital visibility matters? It matters because it shapes how conflicts are understood globally, in addition to how social media platforms have transformed political communication. Also, in the case of marginalized communities like the Palestinian community who use digital platforms to document realities, also digital visibility can challenge dominant narratives, especially in the case of Palestine, because the media usually overlook what's happening in Palestine and the suffering of the Palestinian people. Digital activism and social media. The social media platforms pretty much have reshaped activism because individuals, especially in Palestine right now, can act as witnesses, storytellers, and mobilizers. And the platforms like Twitter enable rapid information and circulation. Digital networks as well connect local experiences with the global audiences, and this really happens when a Palestinian user can use social media and connect to the whole world through the screens of their phones. Social media and the politics of online visibility. So as you all know, there is now, even the online visibility is political, and it is linked to power because digital platforms influence which voices become visible right now, whether they are the Palestinian voices, the Israeli voices, the Russian voices, or the Ukrainian voices, for example. Algorithms as well can shape visibility and reach depending on the content you share on social media. Also, content moderation can affect political narratives, especially in the case of the Palestinian cause. And visibility online, as I just said, is closely linked to power because those who have the power can really dominate and control all digital and social media platforms. And in the case of Palestinian digital activism, Palestinians increasingly are now using digital platforms to document their tough realities. Social media provides them with the tools for storytelling and advocacy. Also, online spaces enable a global awareness and solidarity because social media has been a great part that really raised awareness of what's going on in Palestine, and it moved people to take to the streets and they protest for Palestine. And activism often takes place under conditions of censorship and restriction, unfortunately, because many of the content that is related to Palestine, as you all know, is now censored in social media, and it doesn't really reach the audience as much. Now I'll touch base briefly on my research, which focuses on digital activism for Palestine on Twitter. So what I've done is a comparative analysis of Arabic and English activist discourse or corpora that I collected. I examined how activists construct narratives around the Palestinian cause, in addition to exploring how digital platforms shape visibility and advocacy online. And these are my 3 research questions. I study what role does Twitter play in raising awareness of the Palestinian cause? What can Palestine-related tweets reveal about life under occupation and public reactions to it? And what are the themes identified in the corpora I collected? And the methodology I used is a quantitative corpus-based analysis, a transformative research paradigm. I also focused on marginalized voices and power structures on social media. And the data I collected was by the help of tags, a Twitter archiving Google Sheet digital tool. And the data collection is about 5,000 Palestine-related tweets I collected during 3 key periods: October 2020, February 2021, and May 2021. And it was in both languages, Arabic and English. Then I moved to the data analysis, so I had to annotate them for sentiment and annotation. It was an inter-annotation agreement verification with the help of 2 others annotators. I also did corpus analysis using a digital tool called Antwerp for keyword and anagram analysis. The key themes identified in my research are Israeli occupation and violence, solidarity with Palestine, Sheikh Jarrah and Israeli assaults on Gaza in 2021, and the Palestinian culture, identity, and nationalism, as well as faith and religious discourse. And one of the main themes, actually, that I explored in my thesis is digital militarism and the platform power, which was very common during the previous assaults on Gaza, when actually the Israeli military used to ask their soldiers to post about what they're doing, what they were doing in Gaza, posting selfies with their army uniform so that they can share with the world their agenda. So also social media and digital platforms can be militarized and can be weaponized. What the data in my research shows, it shows that Twitter plays a key role in digital activism for Palestine, and activists construct narratives of solidarity and resistance, as well as that social media actually still, despite everything, amplify Palestinian voices globally. Now we'll move to digital activism during the current genocide in Gaza. Social media became a critical space for documenting the war in Gaza because not a single journalist was allowed to get into the Gaza Strip. Palestinians used platforms like X, Instagram, and TikTok to share real-time testimonies, and digital activism helped raise global awareness and mobilize solidarity because, as I just mentioned, people based on the content of social media, they took to the streets and started to protest against the genocide happening, which actually made the Gaza as one of the most documented genocided in history. They call it even televised genocide. From research to storytelling. So as you know, it's not only about research, but data can also take the form of storytelling. And now we'll switch from digital storytelling as resistance. And one of the main examples is We Are Not Numbers, which an organization that I've been affiliated with since 2018. It's called We Are Not Numbers, and it improves the digital storytelling and narrative resistance, can humanize statistics and political narratives. Also, digital platforms allow marginalized voices like Gaza's or Palestine's voices to reach global audiences, and Palestinian storytelling online challenges dominant narratives, especially the Western dominant narratives in their news outlets and media. So our project is a Palestinian youth-led by non-profit storytelling project. It was founded during the Gaza blockade in 2014. It connects young Palestinian writers with international mentors. It publishes personal stories from Gaza and beyond, and it amplifies Palestinian voices globally. My involvement with them is, I've been a long-term writer and contributor. I published stories with them internationally, and they were translated into different languages, like French, Spanish. I'm also part of the We Are Not Numbers book project because we published a book during the current genocide in Gaza. And this is our book. It published a collection of stories from Gaza, and it has stories from different periods since 2014 until 2024. It was written by Palestinian youth writers based in Gaza. It was mentored by international journalists and authors. It preserves lived experiences of life under siege and war. It also expands digital storytelling into global publishing because we were published by 2 publishing offices, one in the US and one in the UK, actually translated into different languages. So far, it was translated into Italian, Japanese, Arabic, and now it's being translated into Spanish as well. And I'd like to end my presentation by telling you why storytelling still matters. It matters the most because it counters misinformation and dehumanization. It preserves Palestinian memory and identity despite everything they're trying to doing to silence us. It builds global solidarity, and it makes Palestine visible beyond the statistics and numbers. And it's a bit sad to say it, but yeah, it still humanizes Palestinians' lives and people, I would say. Thank you so much for listening, and I am, of course, open to any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Só lembrar o quão importante ter o Adam.
It's so important to have Ali with us online. He was going to come to this Congress face to face, but we had all these atrocities happening in the Middle East with the attacks by Trump and Netanyahu. So his ticket and visa were canceled. So this is affecting this exchange place, and I wanted to thank him so much.
With them about everything that passed with us in this process and why you're not here with us, unfortunately. But it's really important to have you online here with us. Thank you. So now, please, Ashkan, if you can jump in, feel free.
Yes. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. And Ali, my full solidarity also with you. My parents are also now stuck in Iran, in Tehran. And we all hope that at some point we're going to have a world where we don't see such things happening anymore. Okay.
Pessoal da técnica, se puder colocar a apresentação número 2.
Please put slides number 2 on the screen.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I will present you a small section of an ongoing investigation by forensic architecture, which is an investigation into the German colonial genocide of Southwest Africa, currently in Namibia. We have been working with Ovaherero and Nama community and supporting them in their claims for reparation, restitution, and education of sites related to the German genocide at the turn of the 20th century. And I want to show you an example of how forensic architecture uses 3D models as containers of different types of data and information, and how we can use these techniques to situate information in space and time and investigate relationships between them. What you see here, this is a peninsula now called Shark Island, which was an island at the outskirts of the city of Luderitz in the southwestern parts of Namibia. This island was the site of the main concentration camp, or the death camp of the genocide, where it's estimated that around 8,000 Ovaherero and Nama were murdered here between 1905 and 1907. As you can see, this island now is turned into not a memorial site, but rather a tourist campsite, where there is no signs or information about what's happened there to the visitors, and the only thing present there are some monuments commemorating the perpetrators of the genocide. And we work with the communities to understand what happened on this site and create evidence and support their claim for turning this into a national heritage site. What you are seeing here is a 3D model of this island captured with a drone that we're going to work with. So here, these are 3 satellite images or aerial images of this site. The first one, the oldest one, is from 1960s, where you can see that the island was mainly consisting of a rocky surface. 1984, some construction started to happen there, camping site structures appeared, and then later, even luxury houses nowadays. So in order to understand and investigate this island, we needed to focus on the rocks, which were the only elements that were connecting and are still connecting the past and the present. For example, this rock marked with this X shape is the exact same one that we found on an archival photograph, one of the few that is available today from that concentration camp. And through placing this photograph, using this rock into our model, and relying on the oral history of the community, we were able to reconstruct this concentration camp piece by piece. I think we need sound.
Pessoal da técnica, tem áudio nesse vídeo, se puderem ligar.
Please play the audio.
pessoal da cabine, vocês conseguem ligar o áudio da apresentação? Por favor.
Okay, it's fine. We can read the subtitle.
Okay,
I'm sorry, acho que
If it comes, great. If it doesn't, so effectively here we were hearing a descendant of the Ovaherero community talking about the experiences of their descendants, as you can see in these pictures of the Ovaherero section of the concentration.
Nera ni chikom virin wa ngap khati ami chi nan wa ngagiri.
Okay, maybe I go.
Ngerangai warada nisha a min khaskia amai khuen nganje hugane huriam masi yang u amai chinje nga khon amagi khai chisking wasa usta cheswa sa kom giri kom chiga chuhu osigire chandosa giren habu timine shak islands trius nasa vieri nera ni chikomi nera ni chikom vieri wa ngap khati ami chi nan wa ngagiri nga khoina hinka ka tau vandat aiba sense ni shak islands ni skities ni na nguisas na mingusas ke khoina tam istamonga kitiye.
So using this technique of placing effectively these archival images into our 3D model, we were able to understand where would be placed today things that we see happening in the images. And for example, here we see a camping site washroom erected at the exact same place where the prisoners were being held. So effectively, we start going rock by rock, and each rock is connected to a photograph which shows a specific section of this camp. This rock is showing the Nama section of the camp, and what is interesting is the woman in the forefront that you see that is hitting the rock, which was a construction of the pier at the time on this island. And by looking closely at the same rock on which he's standing today, you can see a 3D scan of it, we were able to find traces of this forced labor that was happening on this camp. This is the lighthouse of the island, which is still there today. And this picture, taken from the same place, shows the Nama prisoners of this camp. And what we have been told by descendants of the Nama communities is that oral history says, the grandfathers effectively, grandmothers tell them, that at the place where the lighthouse was is standing today, it was the location of execution chamber where prisoners were being executed. And by overlaying this picture, we were able to see that those structures were exactly at the location of the lighthouse today. So in this way, you know, using our techniques and overlaying it with oral history, we are able to reconstruct bit by bit and map effectively what's happening on this island. So this is the first map for the first time of this concentration camp, showing exactly which parts of the island were occupied by what and what was happening on this island. I want to talk to you also briefly about a site where you can see graves of victims of this island. You know, communities have been saying this to the local government since a long time, but this place still has not been recognized and stays there unprotected. We were able to find this site, this image of a ceremony, of a burial ceremony apparently, which seems to be staged, of the same site, of the same location, where we can see these small mounds. Some appear to be individual graves and some of them appear to be mass graves. We collaborated with forensic archaeologists from the University of Staffordshire and analyzed this area with a technique called ground penetrating radar, which is effectively, this machine is a non-invasive method that scans, sends electromagnetic signals through the earth and reads the reflections. And in this way is able to tell if they are, let's say, disturbances in the subsoil, and help to identify graves. So in this sample area that has been scanned, the graves are much more than this 52 that you can see on the right. But only by taking a subsection of it, you can see, in the data, each number on the lower part is the data, and the upper part is the image, shows this kind of vertical disturbances. And some of them are smaller, they match the size of an individual grave. Some of them are bigger and match the size of a mass grave. So for the first time, we were able to establish that these graves are from the period of the genocide and that they are mass graves. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ali. Obrigado, Ali. Desculpa. Sorry. E peço perdão que eu estou um pouco gripado. Tainá, por favor, fica à vontade.
Tainá, please bring your experience with Redes da Maré. I'd like to thank Tainá because she was a great partner in the construction of this event, with all the week, with our exchange. So I'd like to thank you for the partnership again. Thank you, Aloysio. I'm here representing Redes da Maré as the coordinator of the access concerning access to justice and also justice. I didn't bring my mini biography, but Luiz brought it and it was about the time when I was working with urban planning. And we are doing something very nice now with this meeting. So this access of public security access is one of the 5 access at Redes da Maré. We welcome residents from the 15 favelas in this set of Maré favelas, and we provide documentation concerning access to justice in the context of police operations. Redes da Maré, as one of our directors said, Luna Arouca, is an organization from civil society, which is the fruit of the residents' organization coming from different parts of Maré, especially our founder, Eliana Souza. So we are here due to this work, this grassroots work in our community. So we have the access of education, health, and others. I'm going to talk about the evidence collection and what we've been doing for 10 years. And it's more and more sophisticated thanks to our partners, including Ashka. So this study comes from this need to enhance the debate on public security that has never been experienced by the residents of Maré and no other residents from favelas in our state and Brazil. This topic of public security is very sensitive and is talking about this right to access justice fully, to enable the consolidation of other rights. So from public security that is not experienced in the territory, we also see the non-fulfillment of basic rights such as education, health, assistance, mobility, and many others. So this is the great team, the great family of our access. This is a recent picture of our Congress. Today's experience that we are going to share, because we've been creating strategies to share this sensitive work with the public. So generally, we are in different spaces talking about data. And today, we are going to bring this different place, because we are going to go deeper into the day-to-day. So we are also building ways, qualitative ways, that won't expose this work so much, but we are recognizing that it's very important to give visibility to what's happening in Maré, giving visibility to this work. Thanks to this work, we are able to mitigate some consequences of rights violations during police operations, and thanks to the work that has been happening for over 20 years and more systematically for 10 years, we were able to have this Congress in this area that was super affected by confrontations, police operations with rights violated. So what we've seen in the last days is a fruit of this grassroots work with local communities, with residents and family members of victims. So this in loco monitoring of police operations is happening with this duty, because we start at the first hours of the day. We have the meetings of the team in one of the buildings at Maré. This building won't close during the police operations in order to help the families and the residents and the different professionals. And we work with social workers, lawyers, psychologists, researchers, and weavers, and we go to different hospitals, we go to different places of violation. We are in contact with the Public Prosecution Office because they have the duty to have this external control of police activity, and they haven't been doing that with quality. And we also ask for experts to come and some data, because we have been monitoring for 10 years. So we see the violation of with more than 160 people killed. And we have this methodology where we have the direct work of different professionals articulating this network of collaborators, collecting official data with the official bodies. We also have the survey of the media, and most of all, we have some strategic projects in the field for 48 hours, many times on the day that this is happening, mediating extreme situations such as house arrest, such as false imprisonment and threats against the dwellers. So some strategic projects, one of them is called in Portuguese De Olho na Maré, and I at Maré. We work with monitoring, and also we organize data about the impacts, we organize reports and contents for the press, and we also have this other project called Maré de Direitos, Rights for Maré, where we gather data about public security with data from 2025. We help the families who are victims of state violence and armed violence, and we also have the mobilization of family members and victims to try and find justice to them, formalizing the complaints.
Well, I think I closed my presentation by accident. I'm sorry, Aloysio. Thank you very much. This is one of the two projects, and the current project has a lot to do with evidence collection and the production of documentation and evidence. It is called Maré por Justiça. It is a result of the articulation with the laboratory GENI, supported by the Ministry of Racial Equality. It is a project called Building Tools, Construindo Ferramentas. Our mobilizers are receiving training on techniques in forensic architecture. One of our masters here, Ashkan, has enabled this qualification and sophistication of the grassroots work. We are having a big point of inflection in sharing some ways to conceptualize. We're having this exchange, but also still keeping an eye on the reality of this territory and this work, which is unique. We also added a very current debate which is a debate on the dissemination of knowledge with the podcast Visão de Dentro. It is available in streaming platforms. So all of this represents the expansion of our communication. This project, Maré por Justiça, with Maré de Direitos and De Olho na Maré, also configured a process of documenting symbolic cases. We have 160 cases, 160 deaths that happened during police operations are symbolic, are representative. We're going to have the opportunity to talk more about it, but I just brought to you a few examples of cases that are being deeply studied by these teams to provide access to justice to families. I'll ask for another minute just to say that, just to talk about the lives of these people and the work that is done by the team. Marcos Vinicius da Silva was killed during a police operation by the civil police. It was an operation of Core, the special battalion. He was wearing his school uniform and he was going to school, but he could never get to school because he was murdered. Bruna Silva, his mother, has waited for access to justice for over 8 years, access to investigation, and access to the prosecutor of the case. We have seen some advances because of this work of mobilization, the mobilization carried out by Bruna herself, and our struggle to collect the right evidence for Marcos' case. Today, we are also undergoing a very difficult moment because when a child dies, even though we talk about the data, the whole family dies with them. So out of these 160 deaths, we're talking about 160 families that have their mental and physical health impacted. Marcos Vinicius' grandmother died last night because she had a severe cardiomyopathy that got worse ever since her grandson died. So it is the genocide of our population that is not only connected to figures, as we have mentioned since the beginning of the seminar. Mayara Oliveira is one of the living victims that also is symbolic for this work with our forensic architecture, Ashkan's work, which is innovative. It is a 3D reconstruction of this case to mobilize the justice system, but also to bring the dissemination and the publication of these kinds of cases. To wrap up, we have the case of Jefferson Araújo. Out of the 160 cases, that was the only case that was complained by the Public Prosecution's Office of Rio de Janeiro. We're talking about a state that does not file complaints of cases that happen of murders during police operations. Jefferson was killed and during the carnival on Thursday, close to midday, at the entrance of the Nova Holanda favela in the Brazil Avenue. And due to this evidence collection, we were able to protect the crime scene. And with a lot of community mobilization, we managed to take it to investigation in record time. And thanks to the measures that were judged and passed at TPF 645, the police officers have body cams that allowed the first a complaint filing of a homicide that happened during a police operation. The case of Jefferson shows not only the fight for justice, but also the whole mobilization of a community that tried to protect the crime scene and fight for justice. At the end of this roundtable, we are going to see the audio-visual material on this operation that happened on November 26, 2025, also by the civil police, and what we have been learning with the training on forensic architecture. With the researchers that are here, we managed to create an audiovisual product showing the evidence analysis by the community that is carried out in these occasions. In this operation, I would say that in one police operation, we have data damage that is capillarized throughout the whole territory. We had 3 homicides. We had one person that was injured, 1 school invasion, multiple violations to the guidelines of ADPF 635. And we are here inside Fiocruz today, but Fiocruz was also impacted during this operation. We can see a map on the slide where you can visualize and understand the capillarization of one operation that happens, one entrance of the police forces in a single territory, and how it replicates, how it expands to all of the surroundings of Maré and the main roadways and main highways of the city. This is an operation with the use of helicopters. And we show in the data of our bulletin how police operations that happen in favela territories and that use warlike equipment like helicopters that would be used for intelligence of the security forces can have great lethality in a territory like this. This is something very deep that we tried to demonstrate with this presentation, and you will see the video at the end of our discussion. Thank you very much, Aloysio and Ashkan. Tainá, thank you very, very much. It is very important to have these 2 speeches one after another because you guys are having an amazing collaboration, and it shows the importance of producing evidence and data when the state commits crimes. We cannot believe in the state when the state itself commits evidence against themselves. So this is a very important kind of work. Thank you very much for both of your presentations.
I have a presentation from Wilfred. Please, Wilfred, if you can jump in.
Yeah, good. I don't know if it's here, it's evening, it's around 5:30. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, but with a little bit of interference, with a little bit of noise. Can you try again, please?
Yes, so yeah, I'm in a restaurant because we lost power in my place, in my workplace, so I had to relocate to somewhere with some power. So I fully apologize for that. I will try to be I will increase my voice so that you can hear me. My name is Happy Olal from the Social Justice Centers Working Group in Kenya. And I'm an activist working on issues of human rights, mainly issues of police abuse of power, police killings, we call it extrajudicial killings, enforced disappearances, issues of abductions, kidnappings, gender-based violence, and any other violations that happens in our community. So it's a pleasure to be here. I hope you guys are having fun. The Social Justice Center, we started in around 2017. It was launched in 2018 because of the issues that were happening in our community. I'm born and raised in a slum in Nairobi, and I can tell you I have a few relatives and friends who've been killed by police just because they were living in a slum or in informal settlements. That is the reason why we decided to come together and to start looking at how to stop such violations. And our movement was launched in 2018. It started as a protest movement. We did not have any other way of advocacy other than organizing protests across the cities and across the country. We started with around
Parece que a gente teve algum problema de...
Unfortunately, we're having a few connection problems with Wilfred. He was at a restaurant. Maybe the internet got disconnected there. I think we can wait for a couple of minutes to see if he's going to come back.
Sorry for...
No problem, we can hear you. Please continue, my friend.
Yeah, sorry for the challenges. So as I was saying, we started in 2017. The movement was launched in 2018. And we started with around 7 social justice centers. Our movement aim is to create social justice centers in areas, in slums, in rural villages where they have human rights violations, but they don't have spaces where they can go and look for solutions or to document these cases. So out of that, from 7, I can say right now we have 94 social justice centers across the country in Kenya and 4 social justice centers in Uganda. And now we are already speaking to our colleagues in Tanzania who are also interested. And our form is we use protests, as I said earlier. We used documentation and data. We use arts. And we use something we call solidarity networks, where we bring people together who are affected with the same issues, and we connect to form a solidarity network. We started with just having normal documentation of human rights violations. Like before, the police used to kill and deny that they have killed people. But once we started documenting the cases, and we said we are changing the documentation just from numbers where we used to hear that 7 people have been killed or 20 people. We said we have to give dignity to those numbers because those are people, those are human beings, they are not just numbers. So it was from statistics to dignity, it was from normalization of human rights violations to advocacy, because our communities had also normalized that people being shot by police was a normal occurrence and they had accepted. But we are trying to show them that it was not normal for a police to kill someone without taking them to a court of law. And we started with one documentation of a book called Who's Next, where we just put in their photos, their names, and the cops that killed them. In every slum in Nairobi, there is someone called a killer cop, whose job is to kill young people in the name of fighting crime. So I can say from the beginning, we've made a lot of progress, because now when we started using documentation, and we have increased, and we've taught communities on how to do this. I can say we have documented up to yesterday, we have documented 1,461 cases of police killings in the country. We have documented 423 cases of enforced disappearances. These are people disappeared by the police or security forces. And out of the work that we've done so far, 28 police officers have either been convicted or are still in court following up the cases of extrajudicial killings. This has come because now it reached a time we decided to start using scientific data and research. And our research was quite different, because you find that most professionals come to communities to do research. People don't get an opportunity. People are just used for giving out data, but the research is not used for giving solutions. So we chose a different path where we involve community in the research, We've done various researches using the communities, and out of this, I can say the successes that I'm talking about right now is because of community involvement, and we've discovered the community also have solutions. So once we have come up with a research project, the project is aimed at finding solutions that are able to make the life of the community better. Our research are used to spark discussions, they're used to build solidarity, they're used to amplify voices. There's something we call passing the mic, where instead of speaking on behalf of the community, you take the mic and you give it to the community, then they speak for themselves. And then our research is also used for visibility, to make community stories visible. And out of the successes we've had, most of the community members now understand research differently. They don't think it's only academic, but they think it's something that the community needs to be able to solve their solutions. Communities are also able to access data, find ways to access data. It has built on their resilience, and it has increased accountability in terms of issues of police and human rights. This has come also with some challenges. I can say there's a lot of threats for human rights defenders doing this work, threats and intimidation from the police. Some of us have been arrested so many times. I think I've lost count of the number of times I've been arrested, sometimes abducted. So this has also built on criminalization of human rights defenders. This work also comes at when we don't have resources. The issue of funding is a serious problem. But as we have been able to use the community funding, using community spaces to hold our meetings, community resources, and the funding has been a challenge, but it has not stopped the work that we do. And this has built on the strength of the movement. And definitely the issues of wellness for human rights defenders, sometimes even for the community, sometimes you go through some very horrific times when you're dealing with the government, the police, the forces. Sometimes we also the community also face a lot of challenges, like when they are being evicted. We've lost some of our colleagues during floodings. In a few years ago, we lost 7 human rights defenders in floods. So it has not come easy, but because of resilience and the power that we have, we continued. In COVID-19 times, we were able to also work closely with the communities. At that time, we were able to document like over 1,000 cases of gender-based violence during COVID. And out of that, we were able to come up with interventions. During the 2024 and 2025 Gen Z protests in Kenya, in fact, from 2022, we've lost over 200 young people in protests. These are cases that we've documented and we are pursuing justice. It's unfortunate that out of the 200 cases, no police officer has been convicted. But we are not giving up on the work. We are pursuing justice. And I want to tell researchers out there, think about communities. The research should be out there to support how to make a community better, rather than just being academic. I will stop there. I can see my time is up. If there are any questions, and before I stop, we also, just like the previous speakers, we also work with victims. We have a network called Mother of Victims and Survivors Network, of families of victims who have been killed by police. We walk the journey with them just to make sure they access justice and to work together with them in issues of mental health and psychosocial support, and trying to look at the issues of livelihood. So I'll stop there. If there are any questions, I'm willing to answer. Sorry for the hiccups that have been here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ifrit. Então, para
Now we should have this quick dynamic with this round table. I would like our guests to briefly talk about some issue that is crossing to the works. How do we navigate between visibility and invisibility in data production, considering that the visibility, besides bringing evidence, can also cause harm?
I would like to invite our guests to offer brief reflections on the following question. How do we navigate between visibility and invisibility in data production, considering that visibility, while providing evidence, can also cause harm? So we can keep with the same order. If Ali, can you jump in, please?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this very important question, because I also agree with you, and I do believe that visibility can't always be positive. It can't be neutral at some point. It could be sometimes political. It could cause harm. It could cause risks. It could cause surveillance. Like if we want to talk about the Palestinian context, it could cause real harm to people if they want to be visible. So they really gotta choose when to be visible, when to be invisible, how to be visible, and how to be invisible. Especially when we talk about censorship, we talk about arrests. For example, in Palestine, if you post something on social media, if you write something, you might get arrested, which is quite hard, and you have this struggle or conflict between you and yourself. Is it worth being visible this time? Is it worth speaking up this time? Is it worth it? Is it not worth it? So it could be really, it kind of causes a dilemma in your mind, and sometimes you gotta really choose what's best to do. So I would say if you're in Palestine itself, it might be harder for you to be visible. If you're outside Palestine, it could be easier to be visible. So it really is something that I even keep thinking of myself. It's a hard thing, but in my opinion, I do believe that it's still worth it to be visible no matter what, because if everyone would question themselves, if everyone would refrain from being visible, then no one would hear or know anything about you. You won't reach the world. If you have to be bold enough at some point, you have to be brave enough to raise awareness of what's going on about you, about your country. So yeah. I think you can still do it, but sometimes you have to be careful. It shouldn't be a hasty visibility, let's say. It should be, you should think about it. You should plan for it sometimes. Yeah, I hope I answer your question from my perspective.
Thank you very much, Ali. Please, Ashkan.
Luisio, I think that the question can be answered in many different ways and also interpreted in different ways. For example, the project that I was showing, one of the main aspects of it was effectively, first of all, making oral history visible in the scientific Western epistemology, which was one of the challenges, no? This is one kind of visibility that we need to fight for and make it visible. And, the way it was coupled with, let's say, the academic setup of FA and the technique that we were using and we were doing, this was one aspect. The other aspect is kind of, maybe the politics of the visibility of the tools that we use. No, for example, what is the resolution of a satellite image pixel in different parts of the world? So this is, another way that we can talk about visibility and how the very scientific tools that we use are already filtering what is visible, what is going to enter the research and what not. And then is what Ali was mentioning about, the dangers of making, subjects visible through research, let's say. And I think there again, we need to distinguish between, are we talking about, the researchers? Are we talking about, the subject of violence on which we are gathering data? And are we talking actually as activists? Or again, are we talking as academics? Because these are all, posing different set of questions and different conditions to answer this question. And of course, also most importantly, where are we geographically located? Are we in the UK? Are we in Palestine? Are we in Brazil? Even if we are in Brazil, are we in Copacabana or are we in Maré? And these are, I think, all aspects that affects a lot, what we mean by visibility, and also what is our strategy to mitigate challenges, while I think keeping, safety as a priority. Although I think now talking as a activist and not as a researcher, as an Iranian activist, in my opinion, sometimes we are forced, although we don't want to, but we are forced to also take risks, which otherwise wouldn't allow us to move forward. I hope this answered a little bit.
Thank you. Tainá?
É sempre muito difícil, né?
It's always very hard, this issue of safety. I think that our founder, Eliana Souza, always brings this issue. If we were to measure the risks, Redes da Maré wouldn't even exist. So what we've been thinking about with this turning point, with this elaboration of collecting evidence, getting to do this more sophisticated work connected to the families. We provide public visibility directly. So Eliana will be always at this place of tension, receiving direct threats. And also the coordinators of the different axes. And now we have this axis being coordinated by a dark black woman, differently from other years. This is the fourth generation of this axis. So the institution itself is stepping back to think about different ways to protect us with international bodies and human rights bodies. We are thinking about this here with this team that is mostly black and also with people born and raised in Maré. So this is something sensitive, but not only as workers, but mostly as activists and human rights defenders. This is what's driving us to get there at 8 a.m. in this territory where you have this police operations, where you have false imprisonment or a summary execution of people. So this is something that goes beyond our work. But we must hold people accountable, and we must monitor the cases that are going to be denounced. It's not only about data. We started to deal with the structure that we have to rethink our role all the time. So what we are bringing today is this key work for this entire community, and this experience and methodology is being disseminated to our other territories. We've been sharing our documentation and evidence collection work during the greatest massacre in Brazil, in the neighborhoods of Penha and Alemão, that happened in October of 2025. And we consider that the work that we develop in Maré, when we observe the other territories and the different limits that are put in face of this work that's being developed in Maré for 20, 30 years, and in a more sophisticated way for 10 years, we notice how important it is to have this experience in other territories. As João said, he saw the work from De Olho na Maré, of data production in loco, and he brought that to his territory with the specificity of that territory. So if someone's coming from abroad, they are going to say this perspective that you have to have this community experience analysis that could be done from this rich neighborhood, for instance, Leblon, to make people safe. And what we are going to insist on is that the favela must be a safe place, not only for the activists, but for the residents, for the children, and for the adolescents, and for the black population, because we are under surveillance always. Our bodies that are suffering the impact, and we are having this landmark because now we have young black researchers collecting evidence and producing data, facing risks. But this youth would be at risk in any other situation in the city and state. So it's quite a paradox. It's a symptom. Evaluating risks, but also considering activism, understanding how necessary this action is, and from this input, from this driving force, to make it worth our lives and the lives of others that came before us and were killed. This is what's moving us. So we should stop, we should reevaluate, we should assess the risks, but producing data in these territories is also producing harm, direct damage, but we can overcome that to build effective agendas that could show other solutions to the state that is killing us every day. Thank you so much, Tainá. Wilfred, would you like to comment on this question?
Yes. I think visibility or invisibility is a matter of strategy, but we must think of do no harm concept is very important, and we think of risk assessment before we decide whether we use which visibility or invisibility. Both are important. Nowadays we have things like technology where you can be invisible, but you can use AI to pass your message. So for me, either way, it's a matter of which strategy you decide to use, but the concept of do no harm and make sure that the people, that whatever strategy that we put in place is able to, it's able to get what we want at the end of the day. But solidarity can also assist when visibility is a challenge. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Wilfred. Agora a gente tem tempo curto para perguntas.
Now we are going to have a short time for questions. I suggest we have a brief round of questions. So the table is going to respond and we are going to end.
Uma primeira do John e depois da Paula Marujo ali atrás.
The first by John and then Paula Marujo.
John Eric aqui.
John Eric.
Obrigado.
Bueno, primero que todo, pues agradecerle. Eu queria agradecer.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all the table members, the moderator. This is a very important panel. My question is, do you know movements with state victims in Colombia? And if not, could we establish this network? Because what we've been seeing during this week is that an important attack is happening by the state. The state is bringing violent actions to different territories in in Brazil, in Colombia, and other places. So in Colombia, we have the numbers that are undisputable. And we have extrajudicial victims that are known as false positives. So this number was collected by the special jurisdiction of peace that we're creating after the wars with FARC and in Colombia. So in articulation with the grassroots movements and as an important exercise of forensics and investigations, they were able to get this number that was the symbol of resistance and mobilization in the territory in Colombia. And between 2002 and 2010, we were able to produce 6,402 victims of false positives or extrajudicial executions. So in this sense, I believe that all this experience that you've been sharing is very important. We should have this network with Colombia, Brazil, and other countries who are guests here to generate this network, because this is something very important. And as the panel I was in, we were talking about, is that by ourselves, we won't be able to fight this fight. We should all be together. Thank you.
Eu queria primeiro agradecer
First, I'd like to thank the panel members
pelas posições e pelos
for your stances and your projects. I would like to congratulate you in your important projects. And my question goes to Tainá and Ashkan. I'd like you to comment about the experience of this collaboration concerning building tools, how you see the use of these tools, space and visual tools, in the work that Maré has been performing in this context of seeking justice, and why this demand? What are the effects? How this contribution has been working in this context of security? What are the results that you've been achieving that are worth this risk?
Any more questions?
Ryan?
Yes.
Thank you for your presentations, which are very interesting and inspiring. I was thinking about how we use oral history and archives to then get to physical preservation and evidence, and then to policy. I was involved in a project where human remains were removed from a site, and this was known in the community, but no one wanted to talk about it until the community created a community archive where the history felt safe to express. It really took a whole generation. But when that happened, it was then possible for archaeologists to go to the site. We used ground penetrating radar and established that remains were still there. On the policy level, it allowed us to re-sacralize that site. We had an advantage, though, which was a law which said, now this can't be developed. And I was thinking about this with Shark Island. Ashkan, your work, is there any discussion about, as it were, re-sacralizing or honoring that site? Obviously, the development's already happening. The question to everyone, how do we translate the evidence then into the structures that honor, so to speak? Yeah.
Eu sugiro só mais uma pergunta.
I suggest only one more question, please. One more. Okay, guys, only one because of the time. Thank you very much. My question is about the evidence, because the practice of evidence production is in the theoretical field. Medicine gave its perspective, economy gave its perspective, but evidence building is always in dispute. with the state and the official data. So I would like to know from the groups that are here, from the important projects that were presented, how do you conceptualize evidence? And if there could be a consensus among the social sciences and activist groups and groups of social engagement about what is, at the end of the day, what is evidence? Thank you very much for the questions. I apologize. Unfortunately, we have schedule to follow, so I'm going to ask the speakers to answer right away and say their final words. I'll ask first the guests that are here. So, Taina, you can start. First, answering John. Well, you have the task. You have to get everybody's email and number so that we can put together this network. We already have the coordinator of this network. But John, I think this is a global dynamics that affects the territories of peripheries all over the world. So it makes total sense that from these meetings, we try to articulate and to mobilize so we could become stronger and more connected. Not only an analysis, theoretical or critical analysis, but also for mutual strength. When I look at you and I look at Nanjeri and Nanjala, I think about this process of unity, and I see that we're not isolated or lonely in these discussions. So you're the coordinator of this great network. Paula, it is a pleasure to talk to you and see your interest in participating in all of our agenda. There's an urgent demand, which is the lack of investigation in cases of crimes committed by the officers of security in the favela territories. In Maré, of these 160 deaths I mentioned, only 16 had on-site investigation, and with a lot of pressure from the community. It's nothing that happens organically. They don't respect and don't protect the crime scene. They try to, but much on the contrary, they try to dismantle this crime scene. And any kind of juror or defender of human rights will look at it as a procedural fraud, what the police officers do in those territories. But not even that is being taken forward. So this is a real demand. In the sense, what we do in these territories, as activists, researchers, and family members is worth the risk, because there's an ancestral and social technology, which are the women, the family members of victims, that since always have protected spaces like this, and that face these officers that should protect life. So what we do is to improve this technology, ancestral technology, the social technology. So answering your question, it is worth the risk because there is a demand we have to face with data. We have to face the state that does not acknowledge this kind of work. Our data was launched on the last 24th, and the state does not acknowledge the data that is collected in territories like this. About data, about evidence building, evidence production, I am a social worker. I am a doctor in social work. I don't belong to law. And when I'm in these spaces with the colleagues, the lawyers, in front of prosecutors and defenders, and the justice of the Supreme Court, for example, I always say, for me, everything is proof, everything is evidence, because if the state does not go to spaces like these, if they don't do the investigation, if they don't perform their constitutional duty, the populations of these territories are going to create the necessary evidence to show the violations that happen. So once I said, if there's no on-site investigation, if the state was not there, there's no autonomous investigation by the public prosecution, my team is going to collect everything. Everything is evidence for us. We'll document it, and you're going to have to analyze the evidence for the access to justice of these families. So for us, evidence is what is collected oral evidence, what is collected through technology. They are also part of our process of work. So we're always trying to collect everything. It is a work that we do, and we are at risk every year because we don't have enough funds to keep on doing this work smoothly. The companies don't want to connect their names to this kind of work that is done in the territories, which is public security, access to justice for the family members. This work also happens because of a strong willpower from the community and because of these partners that occasionally come to us and we occasionally meet. But if we stop to think about it, the state should be doing it, or at least funding it much more appropriately so this kind of community-based work could happen. There's no consensus if we think about all of the sciences involved, but I usually say that for us, everything is evidence, everything is proof. We're going to collect it, systematize it, document it, and send it to the justice system so that it can acknowledge our documentation and families can have access to justice. Thank you very much, Taina. Ashkan, please.
Yes, at this point, I don't know to which question to answer.
You can answer any question you want and bring some final comments.
Okay, so maybe I start briefly with Brian about the Namibia project. You know, the presentation was so tight that I was not able to give context on that project. But I think, you know, so first of all, you know, we were invited by the OTA and NTLA, the Oahu Traditional Authorities and the Nama Traditional Leader Association. So basically, you know, they asked us that by producing evidence, we support their ongoing struggle. So we are kind of like bringing the work into an already existing structure, which has all the aspects of a social movement, of a political movement. So this did not create effectively the conversation around it when we did the project. And then I think, you know, we kind of realized together that even before getting to, or in parallel to getting to a kind of like policy change position, it was first of all a matter of you know, knowledge and education. So this project was being mainly led by Forensis, the Berlin-based organization or sister organization of forensic architecture. So there was constant dialogue and back and forth between Germany and Namibia. And as you might maybe know, so Germany, as maybe the only colonial power, had acknowledged the genocide of the Waihara Nama morally, but not legally, which is already a very problematic and racist notion, which, you know, we don't have time to get into. And then at the same time, you know, both in Germany and in Namibia, again, on one side you have kind of like, you know, the colonial interest, and the other side you have kind of the post-colonial intricacy of, you know, the different groups in the government. The genocide is not being discussed and taught even at schools. So one of the main important or the main aspects of this project was to kind of like, you know, create this information, make this information public, you know, bring together the community and the scientific work, acknowledge, you know, the oral history and tell the story with the community and not, you know, on behalf of the community. And you know, when this goes on, then me personally, I think alongside kind of, you know, the lawsuits that are ongoing both internationally and in Namibia, and, you know, by educating, you know, the public in both the colonial and the colonized effectively world, we can eventually get to the point that these sites can be, you know, properly preserved, acknowledged, and maintained. You know, now we are still at the point of genocide denial within the white population of Namibia. So there is a lot of work to be done. Then I can get maybe briefly to Paula. So, you know, from my perspective, this was a beautiful collaboration. It was amazing. It was one of a kind. You know, forensic architecture has what we call satellite offices or units across the world. And in fact, there is one in Colombia called Plano Negativo. There is one in Mexico, in many places. In Palestine, Al-Haq. And usually, these offices are kind of, run by local researchers. Although it's rare that the researchers in the context is not from a privileged position. So usually kind of these units are placed within universities, are kind of like, founded by former members of forensic architecture that go back to school, back to their country and want to continue doing the work. So this collaboration with Maré, in this sense, it was very unique, effectively going to the territory, being there with the researcher who are themselves, effectively targets of state violence, and finding ways to navigate also what we discussed earlier, the security risks, and also effectively take advantage of the incredible situated knowledge that they have about, because it's their lived experience effectively, that goes into each case, and how this can be coupled, and how actually the forensic architecture methodologies could be transformed and appropriated by the community and transformed into something that is much more effective and much more, let's say, adequate for the condition. So this is an ongoing project. We are learning a lot from each other. We hope to continue for a long, long time. And I'm sure that with time, this project is going to crystallize more, and we're going to be able to see, understand better actually what we are doing. Now we are doing. And I think hopefully at some point we're going to have time to reflect and see what's going on.
Essa experiência não tem nos.
This experience is not on ChatGPT, this experience is not on Google or ChatGPT, so we cannot check how to do a forensic architecture unit in the territory of favela, how to build this office. So this is built every day, and sometimes we don't even have the answers to the questions that they ask us immediately. So Ashkan, Flavia Palladino, and the whole team have had a lot of patience with us, with our time, and with this experience that is being built every day.
Thank you. And we also have time during the lunch to exchange more ideas. Please, Ali and Wilfred, our colleagues, feel free to bring some last comments if you want. Pessoal da técnica pode colocar.
Technicians, can you please project the team screen on this on our big screen here?
Where are you? Oh. Ali, if you want to bring some final comments, feel free, please.
Yes, sure. Actually, I really like the question about evidence, because this is something that we even discussed during the online seminar and that I always usually think of. It's a very important question because traditionally we think of evidence as data or information that supports a claim or helps, let's say, establish a truth. But in digital contexts, especially in situations like Palestine, evidence is not neutral. It's unfortunately political as well. It is produced, circulated, or even interpreted within systems of power. So we can think of evidence not only as a fact or data, but also as something that is constructed and something that is contextual, I would say. For example, tweets, images, personal testimonies, maybe videos as well, can all function as forms of evidence. But their visibility or credibility impact on who is producing them and how they are framed, and also whether platforms allow them to circulate or not. So we again touch on censorship. So in that sense, evidence become both technical and a political concept. It is not just about what is it true, but also about what is recognized as it true by those who have the power. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ali. The Depois da fala do Ali, então,
After Ali's comment, we're going to wrap up this panel and we'll have a lunch outside just like yesterday. And it's also good to remember that yesterday we launched this book and it is on sale outside, organized by Alexandre and Eugenia. Please feel free to buy it. And we have now a video, the video that Taina shared. These are 5 minutes of video, and I think it demonstrates a little how this work was done, and I think it shows everything that we have been building together. And we can leave the video on. You can leave for lunch if you want. Preliminary analysis of the audiovisual material and the reports on the dynamics of the 3 deaths that happened in the context of police operation. Technicians, please help me.
Coordenadoria de Recursos Especiais, a CORE, e a Subsecretaria de Inteligência.
According to the note of the civil police, the objective of this operation was to avoid a confrontation that could make a lot of innocent victims. The operation started at 10:49 a.m. and ended about 2 p.m., leaving as a result schools and healthcare facilities with their activities suspended. A 13-year-old hurt by a bullet inside a school and 3 people killed. By cross-referencing the reports and data produced by the residents, family members, and the team of Maré, it was possible to make a preliminary analysis contextualizing the dynamics of the 3 deaths. In the beginning of the operation, around 10:45 a.m., the team of the police operations and access to justice of Redes da Maré received the information that 2 kilometers away from the focus area of the operation, at the court of the Elias Smith school, a child was shot during the recess of their class. Supreme Court determined that the operations close to the schools have to be exceptional, justified, and carried out with measures to protect the population, including and more especially during school hours. But the real barriers of the favelas are not barriers when bullets are involved. The question that remains is not only where the operation begins, but to what extent it can get. Around 10 a.m., Bruno Paixão arrived with his van in Marrocos, a location in Vila do Pinheiro. Inside the vehicle, there were boxes with cheeses and dairy that he used to sell.
He parks his car close to this block B. At the 3rd floor of this building, there was a construction work happening, and Bruno came to deliver some of the materials for the construction work and also to oversee the service. And at the 3rd floor, there were 2 masons doing this work. At 10:49, the operation starts with 2 helicopters flying and an intense shooting. The 3 men at the place try to protect themselves. In this video disclosed in the civil police communications channels with drone images, you may see when Bruno Pereira goes to the place where Bruno Paixão is. Bruno Paixão tells the masons to leave the building. So he goes ahead and he goes in the direction of his car. And the masons come after him. And he goes to the passenger seat and he enters the car close to this armored vehicle placed behind him. And one of the masons come close to the vehicle, and then we see that we see bullets coming from the armed vehicle. Bruno Paixão yells, "I am a dweller," and more shots are effectuated with at least 2 police officers, each one of them diagonally standing close to the vehicle. The vehicle is shot many times. In a video, you may see Bruno Paixão falling on the floor and this armored vehicle trying to escape. After the death of Bruno Paixão, the police officers go to this building where the construction work was happening. When they come to the building, they find Bruno Pereira on the 2nd floor within this house with 6 more people, among them Fabiano da Conceição, who was also killed in the operation. The house has 3 rooms and give access to the rooftop where the construction work was happening. Bruno Pereira tried to find shelter close to the other 3 people. According to the reports, there was no weapon with him. When the police officers came to the 2nd floor, there was no confrontation or escape attempt. The agents in control of the situation ordered the women and the 2-year child and the young people who were 15 and 19 to go to the streets. Within the house, they were with Bruno Paixão, Fabiano da Conceição, and the brother-of-law, Fabiano's brother-of-law. While Fabiano and Bruno are in the residence with the agents, we can hear when 2 bullets are shot. At least 3 police officers prevent people to come closer to the building. The agents remove the bodies of Bruno Pereira and Fabiano from the residence, and they put them in the armored vehicle. In this video that was recorded within the house, we may see that there were shots in both rooms of the house. The video shows bullet marks and this blood stain on the floor. At the 2nd room, you may see this blood stain on the mattress and also bullet marks on the fridge and on the wall. Still in the street, while the agents were preventing people to get into the house, the residents can record at least 5 police officers. We may observe that the agents are not wearing body cams, and one man is at the floor with his arm behind him, and he was detained by the police officers, and that the vehicle has blood stains close to the driver's seat. There was no preservation of the area for the forensic work, and according to the report, the police officers put the 3 bodies within the armored car. This is a preliminary forensic analysis about the deaths that happened on November 26, 2025. The team of researchers at Redes da Maré was still collecting and cataloging evidence for this final analysis. At this period, 160 killings were recorded. From them, only 16 had forensic analysis at the place, at the crime scene. From the 160 deaths, only 1 case was prosecuted.
Vamos começando. Sim. Tá bom. Boa tarde a todas, todos e todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch. We are now coming to the last part of this event. And we wanted to thank you for attending, for watching up until now. Please take your seats.
Need translation, please pick it up. Bom, retomamos agora nosso evento Producing Data, Making Experience Visible.
We're now back to our event, Producing Data, Making Experiences Visible. In order to make up this table, I'd like to call Marisa Ville. Marisa is co-founder and executive director of the Social Knowledge Network. And she is master in political knowledge, and she has a master degrees in language and literature. She started her work in Paulo Montenegro Institute, where she has developed participatory research. She is also working in the intersection between social participation, social technology, and democratic innovation.
Someone who's not in the room yet. So I'll change. Marie. Sorry. Marie. Marie Zinlani, Programs Manager at Africa's Voices Foundation, working at the intersection of citizen engagement, participatory data, and public dialogue. Her work focuses on ensuring that life experiences meaningfully inform policies and programs. She has contributed to initiatives across Kenya and Somalia using media and participatory data to amplify underrepresented voices and translate everyday conversations into insights for more inclusive governance. Please welcome with me, Marie. Thank you so much for joining us today. Our next speaker is Philip Ayazike. Philip is Director of Programs at Policy Data Institute, a civic technology organization in East Africa. As a technology policy practitioner, his work sits at the intersection of data, digital rights, and learning. He leads initiatives on the future of work, the digital economy, and online safety, with a focus on making data and digital rights more accessible, participatory, and engaging. Philip? You already sat down, amazing. And our last speaker, convido também Paulinho Mota.
I'd like to invite Paulinho Mota, born and raised in Manaus. He now lives in Rio de Janeiro, where he is the data coordinator at Data Lab. He works with gender, race, and the territory. He has his master's degree in epidemiology and science data in the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. He's also studying his doctorate degree, and she's working for the democratization of new technologies so that it can be accessed in a free and sovereign way by everyone.
To our moderator, Brian. So nice to have you here with us. Thank you. And yes, Brian is our dear partner from Texas Tech University, who has been with us at the InfoCitizen for a long time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone, for being here for the last panel session of the day. We intend to bring the energy. This is high excitement academic presentation here. We have potentially music, video, interactive, and wait for it, stickers. So I wanted to mention, to frame our presentation very briefly, we have very little time for our presenters in terms of this mode because we really do want to make this as conversational as possible. Our very kind videographers are going to permit us to come forward. We really want to turn this into more of a real dialogue between the panelists, between you. So in the second part of our time, we will get to that. And we will hold pretty strictly to short presentations. I wanted to note, flashing back to yesterday's sessions, I said something that might have been a bit cryptic, taken out of context, when I mentioned the value of ignorance. Now, we're going to be talking about making experiences visible. I'm not celebrating ignorance for its own sake. We have plenty of that. What I was pointing to was more the importance of ignorance in terms of the veil of ignorance as a social experiment. If we are going out to get information, what kind of world would we want to be in? What kind of participant? Secondly, I want to point to agnotology, the deliberate manufacturing of ignorance, which is a problem we contend with in our time, as well as censorship by noise and other phenomena in the digital world that we inhabit. With that in mind, we're going to hear from people today who bring us back to beginner mind, which is something, for example, that children teach us, that they are sometimes able to solve problems more readily because they don't bring certain types of knowledge and information to situations. So we'll talk about who owns data, who can challenge numbers, who can make them, who can translate them, who matters. Ultimately, the power of how we create knowledge together. So that said, we will get right into our panelists. I suppose we'll go in the order here. So Marisa, please get us started.
Obrigada.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. It's going to be a great challenge to speak now after so many so interesting presentations, but I think this is going to dialogue with this panel. I'm going to tell you about what is this network called social knowledge, this organization that in Portuguese is Rede de Conhecimento Social, that is dialoguing with many of the activities that we've seen here. But we see ourselves as an organization that is most of all defending democracy. So data production, knowledge production is what we identify as a tool to promote social participation. Understanding that social participation is one of the main pillars to promote a stronger and consistent democracy that could have people as action promoters so that their contexts are in fact corresponding to what their needs and demands. So this network is this civil society organization with this mission. In order to produce knowledge, and we use this term, we don't talk about data production, but knowledge production, because social knowledge is produced by people, with people, to serve people. So we work with several fronts and objectives, different ends in this collective construction of knowledge. Some people focus on diagnosis to support planning processes. With working with this perspective of territorial development, we have been trying to produce and disseminate knowledge as a tool in itself, because it brings information, as you know, qualifying collective decision, having the evaluation of processes and policies that are offered to people, with and also raising awareness for specific causes. And in order to do so, we've been working with different methodologies. We have participatory methodologies. Some of them are created by us, or some are based on other methodologies concerning research and research methods. But we also work in these logics that we are talking to people. So we will always consider that listening to people itself, it's a process of exercising democracy, because we have researchers listening to the people, but we put people to dialogue among themselves. So we bring together their groups of of researchers from different contexts so that they can work in this perspective with this collective investigation, generating dialogue in this listening process to make decisions about their context or to improve the work in the territory or at a national level. An example of a process that we were able to carry out that generated a collaboration with Fiocruz itself was during the pandemic of coronavirus. We had this national research about youth called Youth and the Pandemic, and we brought together a group of 18 researchers from different places of Brazil, from different contexts, so they could think together about what was happening to the youth. So it was a data blackout that we were living. We were living in for 3 years. So we had the data collection. This group of young researchers got together to understand what was happening to them in terms of education, work, political participation. And then we had information that delivered this work that listened to thousands of young people during that time, and this document became a single piece of data in large scale to base some public policy on youth that were being driven by the National Council of Youth and by Fiocruz itself that had this research on this topic. And a different methodology that the one that I would like to bring as a reference to you is the focus on children, which is a very interesting data production process that goes beyond producing quantitative information, bringing children as knowledge producers. So we have this process to train educators or families so that the families and the adults that are working with the children can listen to them to make decisions about policies that will guarantee the children's rights. So we work with pictures. We have 3 steps in this simple methodology. We have a step for raising awareness when we invite people to talk to the children to understand what they like, what they don't like around the school, in the shelter where they live, and we go to the streets or the facilities so that they can take pictures about what they identify as positive and negative aspects to them. And then we have this curatorship of the pictures, and they're going to tell us the name of the pictures and why they took some pictures. This is a huge work. I brought some examples. The children, they talk about what they like in the schools or daycare centers. You see their age here and the names of the pictures and the territories where they are coming from. So they talk a lot about the green landscape. They like the toys. They like Egypt. They like to learn about this culture. And what don't they like? And this is very revealing about this city. So there's a lot that is brought here, changing our perspective about the city. They don't like old furniture on the sidewalks because that attracts rats, and also broken toys. And with this simple sentence saying a broken swing is not able to swing us, she's showing that we need this public policy for children. And all these pictures are now part of this municipal plan of early age in the city of São Paulo. So we have this training for this methodology to be applied with the children and adolescents. Because the city hall was going to have this process to build a plan for early childhood without listening to the children. And when we heard about that, we said, no, we are going to deliver that to you. And we brought a lot of diverse diverse perspectives, and with several goals were based on the children's perspectives. So that's what I wanted to introduce to you, different ways to produce knowledge that are bringing a different perspective, telling a story that is not told by us, but by the people that are bringing and building this knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Mary, you are up next.
Thank you so much, Marie-Lisa. Thank you for that, sharing your experience. And as you heard during the introduction, I am from Kenya, but I want to situate our conversation around work that we do in Somalia. When I came to this conference, I had one question in mind, and I also want to pose it to you. What if the most important data about the community is the data that people are most afraid of speaking out loud? So journey with me and let us see how or what happens when we listen to this data. Today, I wish to share with you how citizen-generated evidence does not just produce data. It challenges stories, and it tells a different story about the communities. And in global conversations, we run one risk of compressing regions into simple narratives. And one place that suffers that is Africa, where we describe it in simple, broad terms. And what happens when we do that is that we shape the way people understand about Africa. Yet Africa is incredibly diverse with different countries, different languages, different cultures. So one of those spaces is Somalia, where we implement most of our intervention or citizen engagement. And Somalia is mostly described as homogeneous, practicing one religion, speaking one language, and socially unified. But then, is that the case? In a study that we did recently on minority inclusion, we wanted to speak to the community about the experiences and the perspective of minorities in the community. And what happened when we listened to the minority speakers in the community. It showed that over 200 respondents identified themselves as minorities, but they chose not to speak their languages because to them, language is not just communication, it is a risk. It is a risk that they are going to be excluded and they are going to be discriminated. So the question is, how do we listen to something that cannot be said? Allow me to share a goosebump moment that the team we were working on this project experienced. I'll read, these are direct quotation from the communities. These are not altered. We don't alter feedback that we receive from the communities. So my answer is to chase them away, all minorities, so that they are eradicated. All 4.5 gather somewhere and burn them all. This is not a political speech. This is a message from a community member. Alongside this, you can also see another message about a woman who is asking for food, who is asking for money for food. Yes, we were having conversations about minority inclusion. So what happened when we lifted the curtain? We found that Somalia is incredibly diverse. It is a rich tapestry of cultures, languages, religions, and histories. Through our methodology, the people responded and shared that discrimination was one of the key issues that they experience on a daily basis. And this is, we were having we have conversations on radio. I'll take us through the methodology. But in each week, we were having a different conversation. We were talking about government representation. We were talking about access to public services. We were talking about economic participation. We were talking about preservation of culture and languages. Yet throughout these conversations, we heard from the community, what we heard most from the community is discrimination, that they are discriminated on a daily basis, even though we were having different conversations. So how do we do what we do? And that brings me to our core capabilities. At Africa's Voices, we leverage on technology and radio to create open and safe spaces, inclusive spaces for community members to engage with decision makers. And decision makers, these are humanitarian organizations, development partners, and even local governments. We have one simple ambition, which is to amplify citizens' voices into decision-making spaces. And in Kenya and Somalia, where we predominantly implement our intervention, radio remains one of the most relied and trusted sources of information, and that's what we use. So our methodology, what happens is citizens self-select. We do not sample citizens. They self-select. They respond to a question we pose during the radio conversations, a question that is open and accessible to everyone. They respond to that question, so it is self-selecting, and they do this in a language that is comfortable for them. Our process is quite interactive and iterative. We do not do this. We do not sit in our offices and do this all alone. We start this process by conducting a co-creation workshop. This workshop brings together key stakeholders. Key stakeholders are the citizens themselves, decision makers, that is local government representative, experts, and we bring them together and co-create the areas of conversation that will happen on radio. And the reason why I said our process is iterative and interactive is the radio conversations are done in such a way that they are giving back to the community. They are educating the community about a certain topic that we agree upon. Then we open up communication lines, and this is through SMS. We also use voice, which is interactive voice response. We use WhatsApp, and all the other means that we can be able to present to the public so that they can share feedback with us. Once we receive this feedback through mixed method, quantitative and qualitative analysis, we are then able to make sense of the feedback that we receive from the citizens. And as I showed you earlier, that was an extract of a message that was sent by a citizen. We then develop a detailed insight report that we then share with decision makers, but also we go back to the community who engaged with us and we share back the insights that we got. We tell them, from the feedback that you shared with us, these are the conclusion or the insights we got, and these are the insights that we are going to feed into decision making. So we close that loop. So in the course of our work, we experience human challenges. Our work requires a lot of empathy and a lot of flexibility. Citizens often redirect conversations. They unveil very uncomfortable truth, as you've seen before from the messages they've shared. We come to the communities with well-designed log frames that with indicators and all that. But then the feedback that we receive from the communities do not answer those questions, do not respond, or do not perfectly fit into those log frames. So those are the challenges that we go through. And I'm eager to hear, even from my panelists, what challenges they go through. To conclude, from data to dignity, we listening intelligently and with purpose. Citizen-generated data does not just produce citizen-generated evidence does not just produce data. It challenges the narrative we tell about our communities. it is the listening infrastructure is as important as the data infrastructure. So can we invest more into this? Now, I've spoken so much, but I would like to invite you all to have an experience of what citizens go through whenever they engage with us. Please kindly scan the QR code. Please respond to the question. It will take you through a few prompts, but again, it will allow you to respond. It will allow you to engage in a language and in a way that is most comfortable for you. No feedback will be traced back to you, and all the data that will be used is just for this demo, so it will be deleted from our systems. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Philip Ayazika. I work with an organization called Policy from Kampala, Uganda. I think I want to pick up from where Mary stopped. Mary did ask a pertinent question on what are some of the challenges we see with data. I have a story that I want to share that also somewhat got me into this work. Very many years ago, on my village, I have a story that I want to share that also somewhat got me into this work. Very many years ago, on my village, I have a story that I want to share that also
What just happened?
Oh, good? Okay. Looks like the technical team doesn't want my story, so I'll get direct into my presentation. So yeah, I want to start with a question, a rhetoric question, but I think an actual question that I want us all to sit with for a moment. And that question is, where's my data? Where's your data? The story that I wanted to share earlier on, I'll quickly get into it. It is common practice, in Uganda and in the region where I come from, for you to go and buy street food. In Uganda, there's a very famous delicacy for those that have been in Uganda called a Rolex. Not the watch that people wear, but it's a food. Mary's laughing, I know you know it. Yeah. And the Rolex is wrapped, it's a street food that is wrapped into paper, when you go to buy it. So it's common knowledge that common practice that when you go to buy it, it's wrapped into a paper that could be someone's HIV results, or could be someone's bank account details, or it could be someone's CV when someone went to look for a job and sort of they trusted somewhere and someone picked it up and made a paper bag, right? So as I go through this conversation, I want us to ponder on the question of where is your data? Where is your data? Because I know that many of you, when you are coming here, you booked a flight, you searched for this conference, you used the Google Translation app. But the question I want to ask you is who is holding that data that you're generating every single day? As we live in a data-fied economy with our data being monetized every single moment of it, it exposes us to very many risks that we have no idea the magnitude of them. So Where's My Data is a methodology that we built as policy to sort of make data rights accessible, but also and joyful. And it is a question that I will dwell on today through my presentation. So the organization I work for is called Policy, like I've mentioned. We work around supporting African people conceptualize and understand and use data in ways that are meaningful to them. But also a lot of the work that we're doing currently and focusing on through the years, it's become clear to us that we need to bring back joy in digital spaces, right? As we talk about developing and creating a shared digital future, it's important that we think about what is a digital future that is safe and joyful, and all of us can, interact and, find meaning in it. So our work started, several years ago, and at the time when we came into the space, we're asking simple questions. How can data and technology transform service delivery in Uganda? So we went on, developed tools, did research, built communities, because for us, the question was simple. citizens are not getting the right services. So the services need to be digitized, right? Data needs to be digitized to enable citizens get the services. But several years down the road, it became very, very clear that this technology and the data that was being digitalized was sort of perpetuating the very many, how does this work? Okay. Am I using this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I got started a bit. So let's just focus on one case study that we've been monitoring on the biometric use, the biometric testing that was done among refugees in Ethiopia, where they were, forced to give consent to test out a biometric tool, and if they didn't give consent, their access to food will be restricted. That is some of the many extractive data practices that we are seeing on the continent. And while I go through my presentation, I want to invite all of you to scan this QR code to take you to one of the tools that we've developed and methodologies that we think can contribute to allowing people understand their data rights. It's the Afrofeminist Data Museum. I don't know how this is working, but yeah.
I don't think it's you that did it.
My God. Okay, so this is the Afrofeminist Data Museum, a project that I've been working on for the past 2 years. The idea is to sort of bring life and breathe life into data and sort of get people to understand the data ecosystem and understand that the data that we give out, or the data ecosystem, or data has consequences. Data has life. Every day we interact with data, every day we give out data. So we set it up as a physical space, as a monument, as a maze that people would walk through, interacting with ideas, of memory, interacting with ideas of surveillance, and being asked or tasked to take decisions to see, what would be the outcomes. So the whole goal here was to show people that data has weight, history, and consequence. So the museum brought together different communities into a conversation of data, depicting what are the various formats of data, beyond, what, governments and official systems might call data. Data can be anything, can be stories, can be folk songs that, we're used to. So we wanted to sort of bring about the idea of making this data to be accessible, joyful, but also showing people that data is beyond being technical. It's a social phenomenon. So through this architecture, people were able to sort of interact with, use play as a feminist learning. We were able to use art as a method, and also look at joy as a form of resistance. So the museum also featured a game nook, where we featured several games. We have several card games that we've also developed. One of the games is called Where's My Data, which is a card game that distills data privacy and protection into an accessible, joyful conversation, sparking conversations and sort of reminding people around their data rights. We do have several games, like Digital Safety and Where's My, and Choose Your Own Fake News, to sort of show people that, behind the research and data that we collect from these communities, it's important that to simplify this data and find meaningful ways that we can give it back to the communities so that they can see value in it, so that they can see the invisible experiences that themselves they experience that sometimes we might not be able to sort of physically show to them. So in the spirit of talking about different imaginations and opening up space for imagination for people to be able to see themselves and see the role that they can play when they're imagining this shared digital future, we think that it's important to, from our practice, to use some of these, unique methodologies to see, for people to get to understand, what data is being collected, how is it being collected, how is it being used, but also to show that data has weight, data has consequences, and that people should be careful with ways that they give out their data. I think currently, right now, with everything that we're going through, the atrocities that are going on in the world, with drones being at the forefront of wars, it's a question of data and technology. So the future that we are in right now is one that was built by the Global North, and it's important that we find alternative ways to reimagine what is a digital future that we want as Africans. So I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Can you guys pass me the pointer, please?
Thank you, Philip, and apologies for the technical difficulties. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paulinho, and I have today a great privilege, honor, and joy to speak on behalf of a very powerful and beautiful tool and network called the Citizen-led the Citizen Generation Network, that Citizen Generated Data Network. I have a blonde faded hair and I'm wearing a white blazer and a white t-shirt that says Data Lab, which is the organization that I represent and that is part of this network. For us to start talking a little bit about what I would like to present to you, how the work of the network has been structured and has been strengthened, I decided to share with you a little bit of art. We're talking about narrative and how to challenge narratives and the social impact of our citizen-generated data processes have. And this year there was a samba school here in Rio that wrote a samba lyric that talked about how the peripheries are occupying the city center and how the knowledge that is considered marginalized is now understood and finally acknowledged as the best and the true knowledge. So I brought to you just an excerpt of this song. Can you play it? Oh my God, now I'm having problems with the clicker too. I'm sorry. Just pretend that you didn't see anything. Thank you very much to the technicians. Can you play the video, please?
Com áudio.
With audio, please.
Vamos vestir o manifesto. Somos filhos das periferias. Nosso mundo livre começa agora. Lá vem caboclo, herdeiro de zumbi. Escute, nossa gente vem da lama, resistência que inflama quando toca o cheguei.
Our people come from the mud, a resistance that is inflamed whenever we have to. I'm also a crab, close to the mangrove. We wake up early to collect the garbage at Maré. This video and in reality this samba song is talking about what we've been discussing these days. How that human beings, animals, territories that are considered wastelands, margins, peripheries, in reality, they are building the best solutions from their people and from their culture. So inspired in that, we've focused this network called Citizen Generated Data Network. To the left, you may see the end of the first seminar that we organized that happened in the favela of Maré, that at the time was the headquarters of Data Lab. At that time, we had this the operations of the network, and we were able to bring together 60 people from 20 organizations that were learning what the generation of data could do for the peripheries. Then they needed to better structure that knowledge, better defining the concept, and at the end of the seminar we had a plenary session that is the basis of the work of our network. To the right you may see the second seminar, and we were able to double the participation and also with 2 times the number of organizations that we had before, and now we are expanding this network at national level. The last time we updated, we had 94 organizations from all around the country who are identifying with this way to make data from the peripheries. So, as you've seen yesterday and today, and since you've been to Redes da Maré for all week, we have several ways to build data in a citizen way. It's very interesting to present this concept that we built within this network so that we can understand what I'm going to talk about. We understand that citizen-generated data is a set of methodologies that are conceived or adapted by civil society to depict, analyze, and evaluate public interest issues using data for identifying problems and solutions. There are some aspects that are important to highlight in this concept. We've been saying that this movement is coming from civil society because it was precisely the academia, the classic university, the government entities that weren't able to produce data on the territories of favelas and peripheries. And many times when we came with that knowledge, with that information produced, we suffered what we have this defined as this epistemicide, a denial on what we create. And another important aspect is that we don't use only this data generation term. We've discussed that the citizen-generated data in the global north is thinking about how the citizens are generating data, while the Brazilian citizen-generated data is how the citizens are generating data in a democratic way, so that these individuals can influence the agendas of the policy cycle. And another standpoint that is important is that we have to think about the collective benefit. So these are points that are a difference between between the works in this network and the work that we see hegemonically about citizen-generated data. So we've been structuring our work in 7 steps, and it's very interesting because there's a correlation and a great similarity with other projects that were presented in this panel, because we start thinking about structuring our thought on how we can enable, how we can strengthen the citizens so that these groups can do that with this strict methodology in a precise way. With this QR code, you may see our publication, and we explain all this journey where we are showing each one of the steps of the data, the citizen-generated data. And it goes beyond structuring data or generating data. We have steps concerning engagement, discussion, communication of results, so that there's a feedback to the community, and that makes the work very rich. And I'm going to end now by saying, by talking about the provocations of this panel, that are the social effects on advocacy. So in my doctoral thesis, I've been defending that our projects are impacting on three different levels, and we are not able to detach them from each other. First, this individual, that person that was living the problem and also knew the best solutions for the problem, this person becomes the source of data, and this word source is going to become more explicit in the last slide. But the individual is transforming into this solution proponent. So this person becomes an activist, a data activist, and also an activist concerning that problem that he is facing or she is facing. And also, they are in the territory. When we are producing data locally from the inside and in this bottom-up fashion, we see that there's this transformation on how the territory is seeing itself, because they are able to know themselves better and they are able to address the solutions, and also they are able to structure the thoughts about that reality, and they transform that into data. And then we have this third level, our society, the structures that we have in order to define and democratically live in a society. Well, we had a very white society that thought that knew how to map the problems, thought that knew how to solve the problems and go on with the solutions. But when the citizen-generated data comes from the periphery to the center, all this reality that supposedly was given is completely challenged. So this challenge that was given, that was unique, that was simple, it's corroded. So we have three levels of effect. And how could we rewrite narratives? And the first topic, that is the individual becoming a source, well, I'm based in this quote by this historian. And he says that in history, the power starts at the source. Facts become facts if they matter as little as possible. Facts are not born the same. The production of indications is the production of silences. So while we understand that our knowledge is perfect and encompassing, we think that because we inserted those who were bringing the facts, and we don't consider those people that are not included in this data generations, those people that we are bringing now. So since we are talking about advocacy, this citizen-generated data network now has as its next agenda that the digital platform for the government should take into account this methodology concerning citizen-generated data. This process is open until April 8th, and our proposal is available at the website and also in the profile of the organizations that Lab, Casa Fluminense, Instituto Decodifica, Favelas Observatório Marielle Franco, Fogo Cruzado Institute, and I forgot about one. 6 organizations, and you're going to find them out. And the point that I highlight is that if the government is adopting the citizen-generated data in a horizon of 10 years, that could position Brazil as an international reference in democratic generated data, combining citizen participation, institutional strengthening, and also citizen generated data. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulino, and all of our panelists who have clearly condensed quite a lot into a short time. I'm sure it leaves you wanting more. We are going to carry this into our conversation. We're going to move around a bit. Thank you, videographers, for indulging us. We're going to move up to the front, and we will pass a microphone between us before we then open it up more broadly in conversation with you. Thank you, Guilherme. These talks are very much in dialogue with each other. And I really would like to take advantage of the fact that we have community practitioners, people who have been involved in participatory action research from the bottom up, speaking to the top, who understand it from the inside out. And you queued this up very nicely, Paulino, in terms of talking about how people become solution proponents. But I want to start with a difficult question in a way, but one I think is always fruitful. If we think about knowledge production and speaking to the creation of knowledge, some of the problems we face with civic literacy, media literacy, data literacy, perhaps we could talk about beautiful failures or beautiful challenges. People who work with communities know, and this was said in our panel, Mary, you pointed it out, you don't know where they'll go with questions. You don't know often how you're creating a comfortable and safe space. You don't know as you start out how trust can evolve. So I think it would be useful to us to hear a few stories in your own work where something really surprised you, caught you a bit off guard, and you perhaps learned something from that. Because people, I don't think, always talk about this. Paulo Freire is great. We all admire this methodology, but then, where you hit reality can be challenging. So maybe you could speak to that.
Thank you, Brian. I'll start us off, and I'll just pick up from what I presented, which are the challenges that we face on a daily through our methodology. As I said, we use radio because radio is quite accessible to a lot of people, and SMS. So anyone with a phone, a feature phone or a smartphone, they are able to engage with us. The other aspect about our community engagement or our citizens engagement is it is self-selecting. You listen to the conversations that are being had on radio and see whether it's something that resonates strongly with you, and then you send your feedback. I gave you a quick exercise to see how many people here will be able to respond to that question in that QR code. And that is the reality of the work that we do. It is self-selecting. So if you felt that that question did not resonate strongly with you, then you're not going to respond. We'll see the results of the feedback for those who were able to go through the exercise. Just to answer you, Brian, I'm curious to see what people responded, but also it being an open system means people will share what is in their hearts, what is happening in their immediate circle or environment. They might not answer the question that we ask. They'll answer a question that is more dear to them. They might be asking for food because food is what is more immediate for them. They might be asking for security because in the context that we implement in, there's also a lot of insecurities. So they'll ask for security. Then they're not going to answer a question about, let's say, development. What project do you want for it to be set up in your community? They'll ask for water because it is the country is going through a protracted period of drought. So with that, what it places me in a situation where I need to listen to this person and maintain their dignity, but also there's the conflict with the donors. This is what the donor expects for us to report to them, that this is what the citizens said, this is what their priorities are, or these are some of the solutions they are proposing, yet someone is asking for food. So what do? I'll have to report that feedback to the donor, because it is citizens' voice. It is still their feedback. They chose to engage with us in a space where they could have elected not to respond to us. So it is holding that, it is navigating that line between maintaining the dignity of the people we work with, as well as responding to what the donors, the people who fund us, want to hear from the community. Thank you.
Me identifico completamente.
I totally identify with this challenge, because we are talking about real concrete demands from people. And this participatory process is a living process. You have no control on the end results. And many times people don't want to listen to what they want to say. The community's demands and the needs of that context. An example that would dialogue with that, but bringing a different perspective. I was talking about listening to children, very young children, from 2 years of age until 6 years of age, and they were taking pictures. And a great challenge that we have that is not relating to the kids themselves is that people would take that into account, what is being said by the children. Because sometimes they only say, "Oh, this is so cute. The child is taking a picture," and this is not interpreted as a real concrete demand. So when they're taking a picture of the swing, saying that the swing is not working anymore, that's because they want to play and don't have the proper space. So this is a concrete, real demand. Is it cute? Most certainly, but that goes well beyond. When we work with this participatory methodology, the proposal is that we are really, as Paulinho said, bringing people as activists for transforming their context, regardless of who they are, because we understand that everyone could be a researcher, and everyone could generate transformations for their context, regardless of age and schooling. So taking that seriously has many layers. So we have a layer who is taking this information ahead. A set of children won't be able to do that by themselves, and a group of citizens that has this literacy that is different from those who are making decisions. Sometimes they experience the same, they are not heard. And with this process of training people as researchers, we must put them in this place that they are also producing knowledge.
And these are concrete and real demands that need to be taken seriously. And we talked a lot about this during these days that we had this conference, of a methodological strictness to make that completely unquestionable. And I completely agree, this is fundamental, but we have to have a concern that I think we all share, that we should take seriously not only the final product or the final knowledge, but the process of constructing and building that information as an exercise of democracy as well, so that people can appropriate the processes as well, not only the knowledge produced, but also the directions that knowledge could go. The information is public and it belongs to the world, and anything can happen with that information. I'm not going to name names, but the survey that I mentioned here, Youth in the Pandemic, was made with the National Council of Youth, and it was stolen. A minister, when the survey was published, disseminated in her social media that herself and her team made this survey. And we had a few issues because that was an unlawful appropriation of information. The information is kidnapped and transformed into something else. So that is why we have to dispute narratives all the time and deciding where we can get to with this knowledge production, so that people that produce this are heard and what they want, their demands, are translated into something that they would like to see as transformation.
Thank you. I want to speak about power. I think I want to emphasize the element of power. In the practice, I think interacting with communities over and over, in my practice, I've seen that working with a community that has been, invisibilized, or is that the right word? That has been made invisible for the longest time. I think that grows on the population, and there tends to be an apathy. So the sense of apathy where they feel like, okay, even with the much data and the much processes of iteration that we can go through, there's not going to be a change, right? So for me, the challenge and the failure that I keep seeing with this work and with the practice and everything that we're trying to do is the powerlessness of a population, where the population feels like they have no say, nothing is going to change. And that is broad. That's why for me, I say that, and we've been talking about it in the conference here, that data can't continue to be a technical, conversation. It has to be a social, understanding that there's a lot of factors in play. I want to cite an example. We just concluded our national census in Uganda. And this is a very funny story, but it is not new to hear that, agents of, the Uganda Bureau of Statistics go to certain communities and they're chased out with pangas. You know what that means? Is that the citizens have lost trust. Right? They've lost trust in the systems. They feel that they are over-researched. I don't know if that's the right word. And when you talk about power, I think it's also the realization that, as civil society, always we talk about, the government, government, big technology companies, but also realizing that sometimes it could be that even us as civil society organizations, people that live within these communities that we're working with and for, sometimes perpetuate the same things. That what approaches are we using, what methodologies are we using getting into these communities, and the need to be aware and be careful that you're not perpetuating further and sort of making, deepening this powerlessness that I need communities. So for me, that's been one of the beautiful failures, understanding that sometimes the methodologies and the approaches that we use to go back to these communities sort of impose power. So power is not only with governments, it's only with big tech companies that we talk about, but it's also that us as civil society organizations, we do have power, right? How do we show up? How do we interact? How do we empower these communities? We keep using the word empower, but sometimes the methodologies that we use sort of make them more powerless. So even in the practice and the need to use play and, the artsy, and someone asked them a very important question earlier on, is that, okay, we're using murals, you're using art as methodologies to sort of get people to be conscious about data. But this is not what is going to inform national statistics. So again, in the spirit of, pluralism, that different methodologies can coexist, the idea is that this is just a means to the process. At the end of the day, we're trying to show people, to remind people of what is their civic duty, what are their rights, what are their civic duties, to be able to voice their issues themselves. Otherwise, I think we can't, and this is a real challenge for us, that we don't want to be the ones at the forefront always talking about the issues of the people. We need to empower the people to understand, what does their data say, give them back the data that we collect in methods, in formats that they do understand, formats that are able to visibilize what are the issues that they're facing. Because a lot of the times with the data that we collect, we've been monitoring online violence against women politicians in elections, for example. And this is a totally new phenomenon. So you have the data, you give it back to them, and they're like, but I don't see an issue here, right? Because they can't see beyond the numbers. They've become numb like that. So going over and beyond to sort of emphasize and see what is the actual thing that we're working towards. Yeah.
Interesting to notice how all of the answers that were given just now are intertwined by a very similar thread, which is delegitimization of the knowledge that is serious and is technical. When I think about the examples that I can't share, the ugly or beautiful, negative or positive examples, I want to share and highlight an example of one of the organizations that are part of the network, the Fogo Cruzado Institute, which is the only source of shootings by the police in the Brazilian state. And even though it is the only source, and even though it has a powerful technical shared methodology, is not acknowledged in any sphere as an official database that could be used for the construction of public policies or a policy of mitigation or restructuring of our public security system. This example is repeated in all of the other projects by the organizations that are part of the network of citizen-generated data. Regardless of the methodology being shared, the databases being public and open, the scripts of data structuring are available in common repositories, but this is not mentioned, or this is not deemed as sufficient to guarantee that this knowledge is in fact incorporated as seen as official. But I think the biggest beauty in all of that, and that might be an intention behind my answer, is to bring some examples of some cracks that we were able to make in this system. And these cracks, and this is what I would like to talk about now, these cracks were only possible because these organizations that have this delegitimized robust knowledge are able to have partnerships with other acknowledged institutions, and then we gain a layer of positivity, legitimacy, and that knowledge that used to be illegitimate is now deemed official because another organization that is part of the same group of elite of knowledge or the power elite can acknowledge authority over there. And there's another thing that makes this happen, which is the relationship with a sensitized people. Last year, the Citizen Generated Data Network, in partnership with Fiocruz, managed to train over 200 people who were agents of grassroots surveillance and health. So we can see that one body of the government, the federal body, acknowledges in us an institution that is capable to train the monitors and agents based on the citizen-generated data principles and develop a work that is that only the civil society with this experience could do. We managed to have also a positive relationship with the team of favelas and urban communities of IBGE, the Institute of Statistics. Since 2023, they consulted us on how to change this nomenclature, but they also work in partnership with us, asking how this concept can be operationalized and practiced. So we have several examples of Brazil and outside Brazil that speak of these relationships of power, of legitimization and delegitimization. But I think the nicest thing in all of that are the strategies that make these cracks that I mentioned in the system, which are based on these two pillars: the partnerships with the official institutions and the partnership with the people that are already sensitive to these new forms of production of knowledge and power.
Yeah, I know you have something more to say. Maybe the moment passed, but I do want to come back to you. And I want to pull together some of these things that I think are common experiences for practitioners and people in the community who are involved in citizen data projects. I'll throw some more problems out here, and I say this out of respect for everyone's work, because these are the realities and these are useful discussions, I think. And I think there's beauty in it. To be clear, there's an optimism which you're pointing to, Paulino. The crack is where the light gets in, as Leonard Cohen once sang. But let's talk about some other things that come up a lot. And I'm going to group these into general categories from things you've said and things others have said in the past couple of days. you have long tail, what I would call long tail projects. How do you know when a project is finished? Can you ever stop a project without breaking trust? So that's a challenge, I think. Community charrettes, that's the term of art that I've heard used sometimes. How do you create that context where people feel like they can, as we say, air dirty laundry, get grievances out, and begin talking about the things that matter? Another question that, and this was brought up, and Maurice, I think it's very inspiring. In the United States framework, people are afraid to push participatory action all the way to children. It's still treated as like this academic pursuit. Maybe that's because of its relationship to health and community studies. But also, as was said, why aren't we realizing that that's more a problem of translation? This is another big category, the translational aspect, making sure that we're actually communicating in a common language. So the last point in that regard, people being over-researched. Mary, we had a good conversation about closing. Is there a loop to be closed? What does it mean to mediate and give back data? For practitioners, this is always very thorny. And for overstudied communities, to go to the point that was made earlier, that, you know, people say, well, you come, you take our data, you leave. So I'm just curious to hear how you've responded to some of those challenges. And maybe we'll have a new rule. You get 2 sentences, then you ask a question to someone else and pass the mic. We could try this. You're like, where did that come from?
All right. Thank you, Brian. And I'll start from your first comment and also first question about the long tails of projects. And for us, we view, but this is something that came from practice, that community engagement or citizen engagement is not a one-time thing. It is a journey. It is a relationship that needs to be nurtured and taken care of with the community. And therefore, we have several stages and steps of what Brian, you've said on closing the loop, that we did not just come, collect feedback from the community and then leave them. Because this breeds what also Philip mentioned, which is participants' apathy. They get tired of being over-researched, being asked so many questions, yet in their immediate environment, there's no change. It does not translate into any change in their immediate environment. So what we do, or what we have continuously done, is to seek out ways of working with the community and making them understand, making the community understand that this is a journey, this is a process. It might not translate into their immediate environment immediately, but can they give us, so we cultivate trust with them so that they give us time to walk with them through this journey of engagement and transformation into their community, so that it is not an extractive process where we are just asking for citizens to give us feedback, to give us their data, but in return, we give them nothing. And that's where also, when I was making my intervention, that our process, we try to make our process engaging, a two-way sort of engagement, where we are educating the community, but also we are asking for feedback from them. I like this question about being over-researched, being over-surveyed. And of course, this is something that we grapple with on a daily. And I'm open to hear anyone who's cracked the code. I'm open to hear what they did, how they did, and I'll be able to take it home and customize it for our intervention. And finally, something I wanted to add to the conversation is one of the things that we have done is in our methodology we have infused what we call community pulse checks, which is a continuously open feedback platform that the community can continuously share their feedback. This differs from what I shared, which was like a specific conversation about minority inclusion, but this is a space where communities continuously share what is going on, the evolution of the context in their communities, and this one allows us even to pick some of the emergencies that are happening in the community. It helps us even be able to share with other implementing partners the changes or the dynamics that are happening in the community almost on a real time, that we do not need to start setting up co-creation sessions, but we have the evidence. Here's the data from the community, they're sharing, this is what is happening. And in the context of Somalia, as I said, there's a lot of the terrorists, the armed group, the Al-Shabaab, who continuously terrorize the community, and therefore we are able to pick out such things that are happening almost instantaneously from the communication platform that we have created. So that community pulse check platform that we've set up for the community allows the community to continuously engage with us. And I would also, now I ask the question. Marisa. I would also like to hear from you. Do you experience beneficiaries or community apathy, and how have you been able to overcome it, or do you experience that?
Interject. This is unfortunately my role to keep an eye on time, because we want to get to open questions. So let's keep this going, but let's roll down the line pretty quickly so that we have about 20 minutes or so for questions and answers. Yeah.
Bom, acho que respondendo, se a gente lida com a apatia das pessoas, não é exatamente isso que eu chamaria. Porque eu acho que as pessoas têm demandas que muitas vezes precisam ser escutadas. Então, muitas vezes, né, a gente chega nos territórios com uma reflexão de que a gente tem que entender o que elas mesmas querem trazer como perguntas, e isso já muda um pouco a lógica, né? Pensando um pouco no que você falou da devolutiva, né? A gente precisa de uma devolutiva quando a ideia da produção de conhecimento não parte das próprias pessoas, né? Que ela precisa ser entregue para alguém, né? Então a intencionalidade daquele conhecimento produzido, ela não é do próprio produtor do conhecimento. E a gente tenta subverter um pouco essa lógica, né? A ideia nossa é que a própria pessoa do território, da comunidade, é que está pensando também para que aquele conhecimento está sendo produzido. Então, ela não precisa necessariamente de uma devolutiva externa sobre aquele dado ou aquela informação. O que ela precisa é de uma resposta para aquelas demandas que estão organizadas e condensadas naquele conhecimento produzido. Então, a devolutiva é muito mais sobre a ação que vai ser desdobrada a partir daquele conhecimento que aquele grupo de pessoas, aquele conjunto de pessoas está produzindo. E esse é um desafio gigantesco, gigantesco, né? De como que a gente garante que esse processo participativo, de fato, se desdobre em ações. E aí acho que tem muito a ver com o que o Polinho estava falando também, de com quem a gente se relaciona para garantir que isso vá um passinho mais longe. Alcance mais uma instância. Aqui a gente tem entrada por esse lado, aqui a gente tem entrada por aquele outro lado, e vai tentando fechar o cerco, né? E aí, Polinho, eu queria perguntar um negócio para você, com testemunhas, quando é que a gente vai trabalhar juntos?
Assim que vocês entrarem na rede de geração cidadã de dados. Tá valendo. É muito interessante porque as respostas são muito similares. Mas, pensando tanto nos aspectos de quando um projeto termina e como é que a gente possibilita para que as pessoas, de fato, cedam os dados, que foi a pergunta mais originária, é interessantíssima a sua resposta, porque eu vou complementar, eu concordo exatamente com o que você falou, e também é assim que a gente faz, e vou continuar nisso. As pessoas que vão chegar no domicílio da pessoa, que vão coletar aquele dado, que vão conversar com elas, são aquelas próprias pessoas. E aí reside a diferença. Eu posso citar, por exemplo, o trabalho Retrato das Enchentes dos meus amigos aqui do Decodifica. Eles estão mapeando como que as enchentes se comportam em diferentes territórios e aí todas as variáveis que compõem isso e como seria possível mitigar esse problema. Eles poderiam, como qualquer outra agente governamental ou até mesmo professor acadêmico, eles decidirem as perguntas, eles irem nesses territórios perguntarem, correr rigor metodológico e tudo mais, mas isso não acontece. São as pessoas daquele território que vão se formar na metodologia, que vão entender as perguntas, que vão nas casas, que vão nos domicílios. Então, quando eu olho uma pessoa que pertence ao mesmo grupo social que eu, do mesmo território que o meu, que passa pelo mesmo problema que eu, perguntando como que aquilo acontece, a gente não precisa se preocupar tanto em como que eu crio a confiança para que essa pessoa possa se engajar nesse processo cidadão. Essa confiança ela está dada desde o início. E isso se repete em muitos outros processos das organizações que compõem a rede. Então, por exemplo, na pesquisa Explana do Data Lab, eram pessoas LGBTs pesquisando pessoas LGBTs, a Casa Fluminense com as suas agendas locais, o dicionário de favelas também, que possibilita que as pessoas de favelas editem e criem os verbetes sobre esses territórios. E eu acho que é justamente aí que reside a insistência do erro governamental ou de outras agências de pesquisas em imaginar que o rigor técnico e metodológico é o que vai garantir com que essas pessoas queiram ceder os dados e participar dos processos. Porque, como o nosso amigo falou, em processos do censo, que a gente também tem tido aqui no Brasil, as próprias pessoas não querem mais participar do censo. E, na última edição, isso aconteceu de forma piorada, principalmente em favelas ou em condomínios de luxo. Olha o oposto desses dois públicos. As pessoas de favelas não queriam participar dos processos justamente pela ausência do Estado naquele território. Então, por que eu vou te responder uma pergunta se você só aparece aqui para me matar, como a gente viu anteriormente no Redes da Maré, e no condomínio de luxo para que eu vou responder ao Estado se o meu maior interesse é o desmantelamento do Estado, enquanto uma elite, suposta elite financeira. Então eu acredito que esses desafios ou esses obstáculos, eles são vencidos justamente pelo engajamento comunitário, pelo respeito ao conhecimento local, pelo protagonismo das pessoas em todas as etapas da produção dos dados. E eu acho que é justamente aí que existe e que pauta a diferenciação do como se trabalha, que vai garantir o resultado de tudo isso. E aí eu acho que a pergunta que eu quero fazer para você, continuar nesse debate, é justamente quais são as formas, né, que vocês têm encontrado de justamente propiciar que essas próprias pessoas que passam pelos problemas e que estão ali envolvidas no problema e que já sabem a solução, então as pessoas já têm tudo, elas sabem do problema, elas já sabem da solução, como que elas conseguem se estruturar e fazer com que outras entidades ou agências aceitem esse conhecimento produzido por elas próprias?
Beautiful question. I think that's exactly what I had on my mind, because when we talk about, and I want to start from the question that you asked around long-tailed projects. So I think there's a tendency to treat communities as data subjects, right? And forget that these are the experts of their own problems that they do have, right? So how do we move as practitioners, as academics, as government policymakers, from treating communities as data subjects, as items and objects, that objectification, and sort of looking at them as experts. I think I like to say that, whatever issue that a community is facing, let it be, poor education, insecurity, flooding, or, they do have assets in those communities, right? I think moving into a community and, sort of set high expectations and sort of promise things that you can deliver without actually mapping what are the assets that these communities do have. What assets exist in these communities and how can we build on these assets? And I think that's my answer to the question of, long-tail projects, right? I think from practice, again, learning practice is that how do we enter, communities to do work with them and think about exit from the day we enter these communities, right? We do have these project phases that we do, and then we think about sustainability after 6 months or 1 year of doing the project. How can we think about exiting this community the moment we enter? And that's what is going to wire us to say, okay, we want this community these communities to exist, to use the resources, to use the knowledge that we're going to empower them with, even after we leave. So I think for me, the answer would be, I think treating, communities as experts of their own issues. If I'm Philip and I'm coming from, somewhere and I'm going into a favela that I don't even live in, but because, I have a PhD or something and I think I'm an expert on these people's experiences, that's not right. So let's look at these individuals as the experts of their own issues and sort of use that asset-based approach as opposed to getting into the communities and sort of dispowering them. And that's what I was talking about earlier on, that we get into these communities, and sort of dispower, that's the right word, disempower them, right? As opposed to empowering them, because we're promising things, but we're not taking time to map out what are the assets that are existing in these communities. How can we build on these these assets? I think the model that you've been talking about with the network that we're doing, and this is what we've been talking about, that data is not a technical issue, right? Really come to think about it. It's not a technical issue. The local leaders in the communities, in Uganda, we have what we call the village health committee, the village health teams that are able to deliver, maternal support to the mothers because the hospitals are very far. These are the assets in the communities. These are the people that are going to tackle the issues around health and data. So how do you look at these people as assets? How do you build, diverse teams of people with different expertise, regardless of what languages they speak? You don't need to know English to solve an issue of flooding, really. So let's look at these communities and what assets exist in these communities and empower those, and think about exiting the moment we step into these communities. Yeah.
That's very insightful. Thank you, Philip. And also, Paulino, that you pointed in your slide, the second to last, with the quotation about this paradox that, of course, we're also creating silences, but I think we have to get comfortable with open-ended work, that we're always going to keep doing better when we keep these principles in mind, Philip. Let's hear from the audience. I know there's going to be some questions on different. Oh yes, and we have stickers to distribute. So ask a question, get a sticker. The more, the merrier.
So now we have way more. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Should we take all of them, or we go back one by one?
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's keep it moving.
I wanted to ask the panel members, it was an excellent session. I have a specific question. It's a general one, but it's more identified with Paulinho. Thinking about the role of the state and state institutions. You said that the state was a barrier, but at the same time a necessary stakeholder, because sometimes they complain about the methodology. They think it's not serious enough. You need the state to legitimate your research. So most of the speeches, they talked about that when we talk about citizen-generated data. And I was wondering, first, there's no stamp. You cannot give a stamp and say this is ready, this is validated. So I wanted to think about this, about how the community data are circulating now. If we think about police operations, that could be more complicated because you're criticizing the state itself. You have the numbers, you have the size of the problem and the damage, and if the state acknowledges that, it's going to have to give a solution. So, but with healthcare, the logic is different. For instance, at Fiocruz, and we are trying to survey what are the citizen-generated data that we have here at Fiocruz, because we have different hubs. But Fiocruz has partnerships, for instance, to map the population with disability in Maré to improve their health. So this is a policy that is being developed, and we have been mapping dengue fever in the territory as well. So you're validating data that are locally produced. So I was thinking about that. If this is a very recent process, only after the pandemic we could advance with that, we should think about our gains in this exchange with the state. What did we gain with this exchange with the state in the last 5 to 10 years? What are the more permeable institutions? Can we talk about topics that are difficult to mobilize with different institutions? Because Letícia was talking about that yesterday. We know that the group from IBGE on communities and favelas, they are more aware about citizen-generated data. It was the citizen-generated data that enabled something revolutionary, that is the Colombo census. So what is the state that we have today? And what is the status we have today?
Eu vou seguir na mesma linha, Alexandre.
So in the same lines, Alexandre, I think that we had the same ideas. My question goes to Paulinho, but to all of you as well. I've been working with this concept in my thesis, and Thais, João, Moisés also, they have been debating about that, because the evidence is a contingent social construct. So this data is contingent. So according to literature, there are different trajectories to get this information. And also to make that data official. Paulinho has mentioned that. For instance, you talked about the credibility of the producing institution, the institutional partnerships, the public endorsements via media and outlets, and also this official aesthetics. For instance, the way as you present the data could be more digestible or not. For instance, when we have public information being disclosed. So there are several strategies that I call this strategy for getting official data. So I wanted to shift our attention from the state, because what's being done and is that the state is like this agent that is helping, but it's also hampering. So beyond the state, what do you think about citizen-generated data? or social knowledge. What if the state simply accepted the data produced by the communities and peripheries? What would be left for the citizens? So do you see this data producing experience as this emancipatory experience of the citizen, as if they had the right to contribute to public information? Because this is the elephant in the room. How to get official? What's left for the citizen? What is the citizen that is engaged in the citizen-generated data? What is this experience of getting more rights that they could have? And what is the capacity of these citizens to generate public information? So what's left for the citizen? That's it.
Okay, who's next? There was another one, no? You.
Oi, gente, boa tarde.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm João Otávio, and I wanted to ask you, how do you see the perverse effects of citizen-generated data? I'm talking about what Avelino said, that this is an experience in this democratizing process that was sending more work to civil society instead of this emancipatory social participation. So, if this concept of citizen-generated data says that everyone could be a researcher, so it's kind of a new liberal thought because anyone can be anything. So how can we deal with these effects? Because I'm a researcher, because I receive a scholarship for that, and we have this dispute of funding between different organizations. So what I've listened from this event, what I noticed is that what we are discussing is precisely this political ethical horizon on the use of data and statistics. A methodology that would reach people's reality, describing it better. But maybe what we didn't discuss in this event on gender and sexuality, maybe that is more evident because trans-excluding actors are producing data to legitimate their demands. And that doesn't mean that they are valid because they are also included in this political ethical stage.
I'm not sure how to phrase this, but I wanted to ask you something about how to think about communities. I've done a lot of research in social movements and spent long periods of time in Brazil. And in Brazil, as elsewhere, communities are generally not homogeneous. They're generally filled with disagreement and conflict. People, the people whose expertise you quite rightly trust and put emphasis in, often have ideas and formulations that are shot through with what comes on all levels of media, from their own locally produced social media through national media. There are competing expertises. So I wonder how you navigate, and you bring expertise. You bring awarenesses, I think it's fair to say, you might disagree, that people in communities for all sorts of reasons might not have. It doesn't mean you're the repository of expertise. I don't mean that at all. But there's a sharing of knowledge, there's a dialogue. So I wonder how you navigate the competing expertises and disagreements in communities and recognize that as part of your work.
That would be all, no? Si no? Yeah.
I do want to ask our conveners, I want to be respectful of time. I know we're at about the time for our session. Can we have a sense of how much time?
I would say 5-7 minutes, so each one gets like
one sentence. I know these are big questions too, and in fact they anticipated some of the questions that we had talked about that we didn't get to discuss. But if y'all would like to jump in, do your best. Pick the one that resonated with you and answer shortly.
Muito obrigado pelas perguntas.
Thank you very much for the questions. I am completely willing to continue answering them after the session is over, of course, because we are not going to have time enough. Among everything that was asked, the status of citizen-generated data, what we would do if the state accepted citizen-generated data, and how would individualism behave in that context, how we operate or navigate through different types of knowledge. I think it is very important to understand that citizen-generated data is a method that challenges the conservative knowledge and therefore conservatism in society. That is why we have topics that where citizen-generated data is urgent, and the public workers, the state workers, will tell us, please produce data for me because I need you with me. This type of demands and these types of contexts are not going to challenge the capital itself. When we are in a project that challenge the underlying structures of capitalism or conservatism, our production of knowledge is deemed invalid. For example, these are dissident human beings that are producing this knowledge that cannot participate that way. And it's very important that if the state would accept citizen-generated data, we will still have a lot of time, work ahead of us, because we are interested in pointing out solutions for the problem. So if the state accepts that citizen-generated data is an important method to identify problems, then we can start working on solutions. Elena from InfoCitizen says that this act of producing data makes citizens more citizens. I care about that topic, and then I participate in it. So the citizen-generated data processes don't have to exclusively be related to bad issues, to failures or absences. This is our dream. This is our live stream, because we want to have well-being policies so we can live well. If I don't have to generate any data at some point because that happened, I will have time to eat, dance, make love, watch TV. These are things that I like doing and that are related to well-being. So I'll finish my answer by saying that the data generation is impossible to do alone, or else my number of participants is going to be 1. It is a valid thing to talk about my experience, but it's not a citizen-generated type of data. It does not represent the citizenship. So we need open community methods, which are ways that the favelas and urban communities found to live and to exist. Do you want it? I just agree with everything, and I would just like to add by saying I have been working since 2008, 2009 with these processes, and more focusing more on the process of social participation rather than only data generation. What I have seen is that for a long time I needed to explain that producing knowledge helps people relate to citizenship, to exercising their citizenship. And today I can feel like I have to explain it a little less. Specifically in relationship with the state, I can find people that are discussing it. I think it was harder to find people who were discussing it in the past. And this relationship with the state specifically is still very complex, regardless of the topic. I believe that there are topics that have more resistance from the citizens, because these topics are where the state is failing the most. But the examples that I brought of the children, of the methods that are part of early childhood, The objective over there is not only having photos to illustrate a plan, the objective is that kids can monitor the guarantee of their rights. But can we do that in dialogue with the state? We managed to do it a little bit, and then the administration changes, and then you have to do it all over again with the new members of the government, and you have to explain it all again and say that, well, these photos mean this and that. So we also deal with a very complex cycle of the relationship between civil society and the state and knowledge production in the middle of all of this. So we just have to go back to the beginning sometimes and reestablish relationships because they get lost with some changes. So part of the problem has to do with that difficulty in having continuity, because these things happen, as Paulinho said, these things happen due to the sensitivity of people that are open to receive our methods and to receive our processes.
I'll keep it brief. I think I picked out one thing. Someone asked, can anyone be anything? I think, citizen-generated data is how citizens help governments shape up, methodologies that work, right? During the census in Uganda, we queried the questions that were being used and the methodology that was being used, because the government assumed that all homes in Uganda, all houses are supposed to be male-headed, right? So even when they came to ask questions during the census, you could clearly see they were proposing that all homes are supposed to be male-headed, forgetting that there's female-headed homes. So we did sort of make an alternative, methodology on how would the census have come out, and the data did totally come out different. So for me, on the question of, can anyone be anything? Can anyone be, what if the government was taking in citizen-generated data? I think that is how iterations are going to happen for governments to be able to see through the different experiences of people. I think with how government data systems are set up right now, they're set up for, this imaginary person that is ideal in this format, but it doesn't take into consideration the different realities and lived experiences of different people. So I think for the question of, can anyone generate data? Can anyone be an expert at data? For me, it's a similar question of, journalists versus content creators, right? Who is the authority? And this is exactly what we're questioning, that pluralism can exist. This is how we challenge narratives, that people should be able to produce alternatives to what the government thinks that this is supposed to be the expert data, or this is what, the correct data is supposed to look like.
Okay, mine is just simple as there's no citizen-generated data without the citizens. So there's no way we will stop engaging the communities and the citizens. And we need to continue holding these spaces for the communities to share their reality, to share their perspective. And whether the communities agree or don't agree, we still need to mediate those spaces. We still need to set up those spaces for the communities. That's all I'm gonna add. And also just to show you, this is the flow of information when it gets to us, but then we ensure that each and every message that you have sent through the system is read and analyzed by a human being. We have tried to incorporate a little bit of AI, but we normally say that a human being needs to be listened by another human being. So this is a process. I'm sorry I couldn't show you more, but yes, thank you for taking part in the survey also.
And thank you for these excellent questions. Underneath it, is what is data for? What are people for? And Paulino's point about creating a world where we can live our best lives is a very powerful one. And I think that's why we're here for this discussion. Thank you, panelists, and thank you, audience, for an excellent session.
Bom, gente, a gente está chegando na.
Well, we're reaching the last part of this conference, and I want to see if you are awake. I hate these things, but we have to do this to see if you are awake. And we're going to play a quick game called Truth or Myth. Can you stand up? Please stand up. Please help me. Stand up. It's annoying, but let's see if you guys are sleeping or not. So, if you raise your right hand, you think it is true. If you raise your left hand, you think it is a myth. Left, true, right, myth. The first one, data is always neutral. Truth or myth? Second, data speak for themselves. I'm sorry, I'm trying to translate the questions in my head. And last, those who produce data do not influence the results. You are awake. Thank you very much for standing up and for playing this game. We're not going to have a discussion on this game. We just wanted to check if you were still up and still with us. Now we are going to start with our last speech, our keynote speech. It is a pleasure to give our welcome to our main speaker, Stephanie Savelle. She's an anthropologist, and her work examines critically militarism, safety, and the social impact of violence. She has a long trajectory of engagement with communities and around and in the favelas of Rio de Janeiro, especially in Maré and in Alemão, two groups of favelas that are here close to Fiocruz. Currently, she leads the project Cost of War at Brown University, a research project dedicated to analyzing the impacts of war, post 9/11 war. A round of applause to Stephanie. And I would like to welcome also Moises Copper, that is going to moderate this lecture. He is the main researcher of the InfoCitizen project, and he had the initiative to make this event possible, gathering people from different parts of the world to think and rethink data production. Another round of applause to Moises. Thank you very much, and have a great keynote speech. Thank you, Lena, for making this initial speech in Portuguese. I would like to say that it's a great pleasure to have Stephanie with us for the wrap-up of our conference. We had 2 intense days of work and exchange, and I would like to say that I'm happy that the week that started in Maré will end somehow going back to a person that did research in Maré. This is very powerful, and it shows the trajectory that we built throughout this week of intense activities. And I'm sure that we are going to continue exchanging. So I'll pass the floor directly to Stephanie. If you want to use the pulpit, please feel free to do so. And the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Yeah, thank you so much for sticking around. We got to the last talk, and it's been just such an honor, such a privilege, so inspiring to hear all of you speak. I am filled with the exact kind of radical hope that I want to talk to you about today. Thank you, Moises. This has just been a great experience. And as you heard, I'm an anthropologist. I did my doctoral research in Complexo do Alemão, and before that, I did my master's research in Maré. And there I worked a little bit with Regis. I met Henrique, who brought me around and introduced me to a lot of people. And one of the things that I ended up writing about was the right to public security, which I don't know if we have given enough weight to the fact that this is a very innovative theoretical claim. A lot of times the way that policing and security gets talked about, at least in critical literature, the kinds of fields that we are coming from, is as violence. We often think of policing as synonymous with violence, right? And what the activists in Maré are doing is turning that notion on its head. And they're saying, no, actually, security can be a right. And now the way that we talk about security, the right to public security in this whole week, the way we've talked about it, we take that for granted. They have established that this is something that we can claim and talk about in neighborhoods where people don't have access to security. And so I just want to emphasize the importance of that theorizing from Maré, which is something that Eliana began and others have picked up and developed in a really brilliant and incredibly professional, profound way that has lessons also for the rest of the world. So I just wanted to recognize that since the time, Alina was asking me what's changed since the time that I was in Maré and I wrote this article. I think the work has just gotten deeper and better and more professional, and certainly data collection and numbers are part of that, but just a small part. And I think we've heard, Regis has infused this conversation throughout this week of not just the way that we collect data, but then the way that we use that data to make change and to affect public policy. And I think those are exactly the themes that are resonating throughout. And so I come here, I think I was invited for two reasons. I was invited because I connect there to Regis, and then I also have a connection to the substance of this conference through the work that I'm doing now, which has taken me not looking at Brazil, but I'm looking more at the United States, U.S. war making and U.S. militarism as a way to, make change. To me, what we're doing at the Costs of War Project is working at a different scale from a lot of what we've talked about throughout these couple of days. The community work that you all are doing is just so hope producing. There are the cracks, as someone was saying just now, in which we see light. And what I'm going to talk to you about today is when we look at the kind of national and the federal level, especially when you're looking at a war machine as powerful as $1 trillion annually can buy, it's harder to see that light, especially in a moment of renewed war, such as we're seeing right now. But what we do at Costs of War is exactly what Nanjala was saying in the opening. So here again, we're closing a loop, which is that we produce data to promote asking radical questions. We don't stop at the data. We want that data to be used to ask why. Why does the US continue its system of perpetual war? What are the effects for people, not just in the United States, but around the world? And how can we envision a world in which that isn't the case? It's hard to imagine. It is an uphill struggle. But we need to not rest at just that apathetic, we can't do anything, it's $1 trillion a year. What on earth are we going to do? Well, we at the Cost of War Project are doing something, and it does involve research and data. What we're doing, and again, I think this speaks to my a little bit of distance that I have. I'm an anthropologist. We are not trained to work with numbers. We keep numbers at a little bit of a distance because we're a field that's typically pretty skeptical of numbers. We're very aware of how they are situated and produced in political ways, and how they oftentimes hide more than they clarify. And so what I use numbers for is it's very purposeful and pragmatic. And what I'm really using it for is for cultural change. Okay, so I'll talk about how political economy goes with hand in hand with culture and cultural beliefs. But every time we put out data, what we're actually doing is speaking against a cultural myth. And this is a system, a cultural pillar of belief that we see in the United States of America that allows the system of militarism and perpetual war to continue unabated. Let me just make sure I can. Okay, so here's a definition of a myth. Myth as a social fact, right? Myths are ways that we try to shape a usable past to help in directing present actions and setting our future course. And what we are doing at Cost of War, we are in the work of breaking some of those myths that allow the system to continue as it is. One of the myths is that war is, and we've seen this constantly in President Trump's discourses and official discourses about the current war in Iran. War is quick, it's controllable, it's efficient, it's effective, right? These are discourses that we see a lot in the US. And so how do we break that? One of the ways that we've done so is through a map that I've put together of all the places in the world that the US is engaged in counterterrorism operations since 9/11. The last time I put this map together was in 2023. I'm going to be putting a new one together, of course, now. But it shows 78 countries. Okay, so I went to, for example, Foz do Iguaçu in southern Brazil at the border with Argentina and Paraguay, where since 9/11, there was an echo chamber that the international media and security agents created around the potential presence of Hezbollah and the fact that they were potentially raising money in the Triple Frontier region to send money to Hezbollah. And that was why the US was training and equipping and financing security efforts in the Triple Frontier region, and that those efforts are not only have they not stopped, they're intensifying, and they're being used for things like, cracking down on contraband, right? So counterterrorism in Foz do Iguaçu today looks like the oppression of contrabandistas, like petty smugglers, right? That's what counterterrorism looks like. And so this map hints at the myriad ways that the logics of counterterrorism have been deployed and are continuing to have reverberating costs for people around the world in ways that we would least expect. Another myth about war is oftentimes that the people who die in war are soldiers. And this is a really important myth that we try to break. So here's an important piece of data that we put out on all the different people who died in the post 9/11 wars. Some of you saw this the other day when I presented it at in Maré at Redes. So we show all the different categories of deaths, and what's key that I didn't get to talk about as much is this concept of indirect deaths, right? Actually, the majority of the people who die in wars are women and children, and specifically children between 0 and 5 years old. They are the ones who are particularly vulnerable to dying from war. And the reason that's the case is they are suffering the reverberating impacts of war. So I'll tell you a story of Abdoulaye. He was a 3-year-old in Burkina Faso. who I went to do research in Burkina, and I met a community of people who were displaced on the outskirts of Ouagadougou, and the government at the time didn't want to, this was about 5 years ago, didn't want to recognize that there was a conflict happening at all, and they certainly didn't want to recognize that there were displaced people within the outskirts of the capital region. And so this community was not given, it was not counted, it was not given any assistance. The people had been chased from their village by a combination of terror attacks and attacks from government forces in the name of counterterrorism. They say there that, we're caught between two fires. Those are the two fires. And this little boy, Abdoulaye, along with the 40 or so people in his community that he was with, were like camped in an abandoned school building. They were eating one time a day at the charity of the surrounding villages. And this little boy got malaria. They had no money, they had no money. And so he was very, very sick. He was getting sicker. They wanted to take him to a doctor, and they collected a bunch of money, and then they finally got to a doctor. Well, by the time they got him to a doctor, he was so sick that he died, and it was because he was malnourished. Okay, so the malnutrition that's involved in a war context makes children especially vulnerable to disease. And so a big reason that people die in war is through infectious disease, and especially and we see that also amongst newborn babies. They're particularly vulnerable, newborn and maternal complications. So this is something a lot of people don't know. Another myth that we really try to break. This is a slide showing, I won't linger here, but just the Afghanistan before and after 20 years of US-led war. 62% facing food insecurity before the US invaded Afghanistan, 92% facing food insecurity after the US left. Just think about that for a second, what that statistic means. 92% facing food insecurity. Wars don't affect me. A lot of times people in the United States, this is one of the biggest pillars of belief that we have to break. People who don't have service members in their families especially. So one of the ways that we kind of break this logic and get through to people is through talking about taxpayer dollars. And actually, it's almost sad, right? But this gets to the way that we have to be very pragmatic and use numbers for the purposes that we can, right? I say it's sad because one of the reasons that Americans right now are talking about the war in Iran and not happy with it, it's a very unpopular war. More than 80% of Americans are not approving of the fact that Trump has started this war, is because of gas prices. Right, so they're at the pump and the gas prices are going up, and people actually are caring. For one of the first times that I've been doing this work, and I've been leading the Cost of War project, first as a co-director since 2017, now director, forgot to say that, since a couple of years. And it's one of the first times that I've seen people talking about the costs of war. It's all over the headlines right now, and that's one of the reasons. People see it affecting them in their everyday because they pull up the gas pump and they're pumping, and it's a lot, and the prices have already gone higher. Okay, so we talk about money for this reason. We talk about how everything that Americans care about, and this is true not just in the US, but in many countries, is squeezed by the amount that a country spends on its military expenditures. So everything that one could care about, housing, education, any of the public safety net is squeezed into the tinier slices of the pie compared to now. This was actually from 2021. that 47%, the military money, is well over 50% at this point. So that's the discretionary budget that gets negotiated every year. It's different from mandatory spending, which is on things like Social Security. This is the budget that gets negotiated between Congress and the president. But over half of it goes to the military. So everything that you could care about spending money on is less. Now, we're oriented around, there you can see military spending compared to other spending over time. Climate change. This is the US military is the biggest institutional emitter of greenhouse gases in the world. This is another way that wars affect every single person. And that's something that is not often known because militaries are often exempted from reporting on emissions. And so researchers have had to uncover how the military actually is an enormous contributor to climate change. Okay. Now, this is a slide that shows this perpetual cycle of ever higher military spending. And this is really important because this is the military-industrial complex. And these are the increased military spending. It's the weapons manufacturers are profiting. They gain power, lobby for more money. The military economy becomes further entrenched, and then military spending is seen as too important to cut. This is a vicious cycle. And what happens is that generates, and this is important, that generates a set of cultural beliefs, right? So a whole set of pillars of belief go along with this political economic system. The political economy of the war system goes hand in hand with an idea that the people who die in war are only soldiers, that that the wars don't affect me, that wars actually create jobs, they're good for the economy, right? All of those things are cultural. And I think that really connects to, in Brazil, what we see around, the fact that political leaders are walking hand in hand with illicit economies. And that political economy is accompanied by cultural beliefs that allow the police war on favela residents to continue with impunity. And these are things like bandido bom e bandido morte, right? The good criminal is the dead criminal. That's a common phrase that you hear here in Brazil. And it's not independent of the money. The money and the belief goes hand in hand, right? So basically, I think that when you view the data in conversation with the cultural beliefs and that in conversation with the money, that is the system that we're talking about here. It's not enough to shine light on the problems alone, and we have to work with the belief that an alternative reality is possible and is indeed worth working for. So I'm getting to the concept of radical hope. Now, this is associated with scholar and activist Angela Davis. She wrote that for an authentic democracy to emerge, we must actually work for abolition democracy, the abolition of institutions that advance the dominance of any one group over any other. And this includes the right to be free from violence, right? There's the connection to the direito à segurança pública, the right to public security. Davis draws on the sociological theorist W.E.B. Du Bois in saying that abolition democracy, quote, is not only or not even primarily about abolition as a negative process of tearing down, but it's also about building up, about creating new institutions. And what I want to highlight here is the tension of ideas that are inherent in this conceptualization and that all of us in this room are working with. Right? It's a tension that's in the numbers, that's in the data. It's at the core of my work. And this is the duality of grief and hope, which we hold together throughout all of our work every day. The grief is what we know too well, what our data shows, the people that are killed, the costs of state violence. For me, this grief is incredibly alive right now. As I watched the US launch another war in Iran. And as we watch the killing, the imperial logics in official and elite narratives, it's incredibly depressing. So it's everything that I and many others in my community, in my movement, spend our lives working against, really. So how do I understand the meaning of hope in the midst of what, to me, feels like despair? This is not optimistic hope. This is radical hope. And Rebecca Solnit writes about it. She's a writer about activism. And she writes about it like this, and I wanted to share this quote with you. I meant to have that slide when I was talking about Angela Davis. It's important to say what hope is not. It is not the belief that everything was, is, or will be fine. The hope I'm interested in is about broad perspectives with specific possibilities, ones that invite or demand that we act. It's also not a sunny, everything is getting better narrative. You could call it an account of complexities and uncertainties with openings. Critical thinking without hope is cynicism, but hope without critical thinking is naivete, the Bulgarian writer Maria Popova recently remarked. And Patrisse Cullors, one of the founders of Black Lives Matter, early on described the movement's mission as to provide hope and inspiration for collective action, to build collective power, to achieve collective transformation, rooted in grief and rage, but pointed toward vision and dreams. It's a statement that acknowledges that grief and hope can coexist. And obviously this isn't something that we talk about all the time, but this is the underground river that is the current underneath all of our days in this room. We as scholars, as activists, we hold the complexity much better than policymakers and journalists are often able to do in their fields in order to make things actionable. We speak their language with numbers, but we know what we're doing. For me, the work of radical hope is the work of actually pragmatism. It's connecting the research to the people who can use it to make change. And just as we've been talking about today and these other days, research and data, it's not enough on its own to change anyone's minds or to make change on its own, but it's an essential, specific, narrow tool. Dissemination that we've heard talk about a little bit the previous day, and then today we heard a lot about more about through these art and the poetics. That's the work of radical hope. So one of the things, just to get a little bit more specific, that we do at Kosovo is we think about 3 key audiences. And we frame our research differently for each of these audiences. We have journalists, policymakers, and civil society. And oftentimes these feed into each other, these realms of action, movement, information and action. So this is key, and Jeffrey was asking me about this yesterday. We frame information differently for each of these different audiences. We actually hire consultants who write press releases for us to do outreach to journalists and editors in particular. We also have a different consultant who frames our research for Congress and who writes things in a way that policymakers can understand. And we do yet other kinds of framing and communications to communicate to civil society. And we actually know that different kinds of research will speak to different kinds of audiences, for better or worse. And we always think about the impact before we create the research, right? Those processes go hand in hand. So with journalists, we build relationships over time. We pitch exclusives. We write press releases. We help our contributors publish op-eds. We're active on Twitter and Blue Sky, where reporters are. One example of impact that we've had, when we wrote a report after, this was a year after October 7th, 2023, when in the United States, it still wasn't very, it was still considered, how shall I say? It was. Let's just say it was hard to talk about the costs of U.S. support for Israeli war. And when we published, we got an exclusive in the Associated Press on this data. That article was republished more than 700 times in outlets all over the world because that data wasn't out there at that point. It was broadcast on over 200 nationally syndicated news channels. And beyond these republications, the reports were cited over 250 times in additional media stories, right? So we helped to change the narrative around the costs of U.S. support for these wars. And what we do with Congress is we email congressional staff when we release new research. Sometimes we reach out to individual offices when we know a particular office has a role to play in a decision. We organize public webinars and briefings. We invite congressional staff to our meetings, sometimes in partnership with the Senate or congressional committees. And one of the things that I wanted to share with you was the way that Bernie Sanders, who is a progressive senator from Vermont, he cited cost of war figures on U.S. spending on military aid to Israel in his remarks and advocacy, trying to get the U.S. Congress to stop funding the war in Israel. So this was a really important moment of impact for us because this really is getting close, even though Bernie wasn't successful. That's exactly what the sort of ways we want our research to be used. We also briefed the Senate Budget Committee about that research. Now, civil society, this is the realm that I think a lot of us have been talking about and dwelling in at this conference. So we share a lot of our work. Here is, it's a infographic. So a lot of our data is taken up by civil society and movement groups and used to generate data. So for example, this is a group that was looking at this myth about how military spending creates jobs. And they created this infographic to show that education, look at all those people, that creates way more jobs, healthcare, and then military down there. So that is kind of breaking this myth. But this wasn't something that we produced. This was something that an independent nonprofit group produced. And so what we do is we share our work with a lot of the peace and human rights and social justice groups, and they're using our research to reduce the war budget, to work against police violence, to work against poverty, against Islamophobia, racism, climate change. We run webinars, we send emails, we do social media. A lot of the graphics that we use that I've shown on my slides, both today and my other presentation, the infographics are most important actually for this third audience, the civil society groups, because they use the infographics in disseminating the information, right? Now, I wanted to just talk briefly about our just the facts approach. This really helps our information. We just put out data, right? And we oftentimes don't necessarily situate it within an analysis that could be construed in any way as opinion. This helps us to be seen as non-biased or neutral. Okay, even though we're selecting the research problems, we're selecting the questions that we're asking, but numbers are more likely to help us get media attention. And so we use these very pragmatically to draw attention to issues that otherwise wouldn't be seen, just as with the Gaza information. And those, it's really important that the information is used across the political spectrum, right? So we see groups on the right using our data as well. And there's a lot of ways that they've used that data. There's actually a conservative movement within the United States to reduce U.S. interventionism abroad, and to keep the U.S. acting closer to home, which is in line with the costs of war, right? So there's ways that movements on the right have used our data as well. And that we get published in, journals like the Wall Street Journal, and that helps us get legitimacy across the political spectrum. So in the interest of time, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. This was an example of something that we did that wouldn't necessarily have had a number. This is the issue. This is speaking to the mental health crisis we see in the U.S. Armed Forces, and the fact that 4 times as many service members died by suicide than in combat during the post 9/11 wars. This is a project that I worked with a researcher. He was a religious studies PhD student when we published this research. And it wasn't until the very last stages of the research process that we actually were able to generate a number for this. We said, it was like in copy editing, and we were like, don't you think you could come up with a number of how many suicides there have been? And he could. He did. And that helped the fact that we were able to generate, it's quite a striking figure, 4 times as many, was able to get headlines. And he then was able to go to Congress, and he was called to speak and testify in front of congressional committees. So that really helped us get visibility to that issue. I'd like to talk just briefly about the paradigms used to challenge the war system. I think this also really speaks to all of our work in this room. Now, what we see is that when there are critiques of the war system, they're done with three kinds of logics. There's the strategic, the socioeconomic, and the moral. And most of the time, the strategic predominates. That's who gets considered experts, right? It's often speculative. They're drawing on normative frameworks that put the state rather than human beings at the center of the definition of security. So when you see in the newspapers, these are the people, and how we're doing that is through the socioeconomic. We're using that dollar figure data to get into the conversation, to change who's being considered an expert. And in doing so, we bring in the moral, right? We talk about human life. We talk about 3-year-old Abdoulaye in Burkina Faso and how he's been doubly, triply, how many times uncounted in an understanding of the costs of war. So I'm going to wrap up. I'd like to be able to answer questions that you have. So I'm just giving you a moment to kind of think ahead about that. I'm hoping that we can use the rest of the session for questions. But I'd like to close. Let me see what I skipped here. Oh, that was an example. Oh, there's no way of going back. Now I see what it's the bottom one. There we go. Okay. Oh, here's an example of how we bring the moral in, right? This was a cost of militarized rivalry with China. We just came out with this report because war preparation has costs. That's key for those of you thinking about police violence. It's not just the actual operations that have costs, it's the preparation for the operations that have costs. And these have huge costs, actually. $3.4 trillion is what the US has spent on preparing for war with China. And we always publish a human cost along with the dollar cost, right? So the human cost that we focused on in this paper was discrimination against Chinese and Asian Americans, which has risen dramatically with all the talk in the United States about the need to compete with China in the military domain. And people don't often think about this. Okay. Okay, so just to conclude, I think just to reflect a bit more on my positionality as an anthropologist who works with numbers and who has a little distance from numbers, which I think really helps to be able to use them well and for what they're good for. what an anthropological perspective lends itself to is not limiting ourselves to the small scale, to the technical, to the strategic questions. Let's not limit ourselves to strategy. Whenever people want to go to strategy, I go to the moral, right? I go to the socioeconomic or I go to the moral. Let's use the data in service of big picture questions, radical questions. Let's use them in service of promoting critical thinking, not just amongst academics, not just amongst community members, but among the people who are actually in positions of power to make change, who we're begging them to think about, let's think about US war systems in a different way. So as an anthropologist, I'm always thinking, what does this data signify in terms of what it means to live as a human being in the society whose belief systems I'm trying to change? What does the data signify in terms of what it means to live as a human being in the society whose belief systems I'm trying to change? And anthropologists work in that realm of belief systems, right? We want to change those. How do I work against militarization and violence as central organizers of social life? How do I put moral discourses of focus on human lives always at the center of the discussion? And Rebecca Solnit phrases it like this. She says, problems are our work. We deal with them in order to survive, to improve the world. And so to face them is better than turning away from them, from burying them, from denying them. To face them can be an act of hope, but only if you remember that they are not all there is. And so for me, the key thing is to approach problems as an act of radical hope. And critique on its own, it's not easy. We could call it maybe as an intellectual project straightforward, or even perhaps if we're coming from a left-leaning position, taken for granted. It's incredibly hard in the darkness of the current political moment to imagine that things can be different, to continue to try to build towards an alternative future. But that's exactly the work that I think all of us here in this room are engaged in one way or another. And I hope I've provided some solidarity and maybe a few ideas along our shared path. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for this very interesting keynote. I want to just highlight a few things that I think stand out. I really appreciate how you unpack the different dimensions behind the idea of costs, right? Sorry? Okay. How your research unpacks the different dimensions underlying the idea of costs, and then through that kind of implode several of the commonplace myths that that they help sustain otherwise. So one of the things I was thinking alongside your kind of multidimensionality of the idea of costs is that ultimately it also opens up into a broader perhaps conversation about the idea of value, right? How costs ultimately embed specific or distinct values in them. So they ultimately raise also this question about the politics of value, which, connecting to our conference, also underlie all forms of counting, right? So the politics of evidence, in other words, or the politics of evidence making is really ultimately a politics of value. If we draw from the different sessions we had so far in this conference. So we count what we value, right? And we don't count, or we stop counting that which we don't see value in, or perhaps that we don't want to see, right? But we also, I think the panels throughout the conference also raised the question of how do we count ultimately? How do we make that politics of value matter? What makes it into data ultimately, right? How does that process happen? What sorts of methodologies do we use? But broadly, also, what's at stake here, right? So the work of valuing, of deciding, of rendering visible and invisible at once. So I think that what I'm getting at is that the way that costs are measured ultimately also, and you show this, I think, reflect deep structural imbalances as well. If you look at the graph, the table that you showed about the different lives lost and how that reveals the different numbers in different contexts, right? The different values that ultimately are associated with the politics of who lives and who dies, right? And what sort of work, political work, that kind of number might also be doing in our current political and economic climate, right? So it's a question ultimately of what's the worth and what's the weight of each life that's lost. And those are not the different lives that are lost on different fronts, in different countries, in different places. They are not seen as equal necessarily, right? And I think the different numbers have the power to also illustrate those structural inequalities that underlie who is killed, under what conditions our lives rendered a number visible or invisible. So if you have any more thoughts perhaps on that as well. And the second point, I also want to open to the audience. I don't want to monopolize the word here, but the second point I think is also kind of like stands out, and then connecting it to your prior research. Because your earlier work in Maré as well shows that communities have long lived perhaps with this principle of the unequal weight of lives, and whose lives actually matter, whose life become visible through numbers and through activism and advocacy, in a context where security is experienced both as a violence and as a right, as your own research makes clear. So in that sense, people in a way are already viscerally aware of the costs of their existence and often navigate this fraud environment through ambivalence, like your own research also shows, through distance or selective engagement with institutions to preserve a sense of well-being of citizenship, as your prior research shows. So if we were to bring in perhaps a global south lens to the idea of the costs of war, thinking of that from that perspective into this conversation, how might we perhaps rethink how we measure costs in a place like Maré? How does your prior research also help assess or look at the different values that the idea of costs renders visible or invisible in this context, in contexts where the value of life is not something that the data reveals, but something that people already live on an everyday basis and contest on an everyday basis through their activisms and through their survival ultimately as well. So what does the measuring of costs add here as well? How would you think about that as well in that context? Yeah, those were my 2 cents in a way.
Great.
I don't know if you want to reply or offer some
I would
thoughts
love
right
to.
now. Or,
Is that okay? Because your questions are inspiring, which is, I can say for this whole week, the questions are so inspiring. They're making me think in new ways, and I really love your questions, Moises. I mean, you're absolutely right, and I think one of the great examples of where we see the embedding of value judgments is what I haven't actually seen a lot of it this week, has been in talk of budgets, right? I know Jeffrey has studied participatory budgeting, but budgeting, if you follow the money, you understand state violence better, and so what happens is, I'll give you an example of how this connects with these deep questions of value and the worth of life, the worth that is given to life. Okay, one of them is that we in the United States, there's never any talk anymore about how U.S. taxpayers are going to pay for war. Because ever since 9/11, they have been put on a credit card. They're deficit spending. It's borrowing that has paid for war, to the point where now, when President Trump invades Iran and bombs Iran, the question is not how are we going to pay for this, it's how much is it going to cost. The assumption is that we can pay for it because it's cha-ching credit card, right? So what happens when people use President Truman, President Johnson during the, in the Vietnam War and the Korean Wars, they talked a lot about how the US was going to pay for war. And what that meant was that people were forced to have discussions about whether or not they should be at war, right? When it's put on a credit card, you do away with that conversation. And what that's done is that political leaders have stopped thinking or talking or even bowing, even paying lip service to the fact that it is our children who have to pay for war, right? And this to me is a spiritual question. When on earth did we stop thinking that it was important to think about the world that our children is going to inherit, right? The trillions in debt that we're going to pass down to them because of the war system, and that is a way that kind of like I think it's a deep spiritual question about that sense of responsibility of one generation to another, is completely obliterated and obscured in something that seems like a mundane thing, which is deficit spending, right? So another thing in the budget that I think when you include even in a category that sounds boring, like the budget, you can test the categories that are counted. And you say, it's not just what the Department of Defense is spending, it's also the fact that you have to pay for the care for the veterans of the wars and you have to pay for interest on the war debt, right? We estimated that the Pentagon estimated to spend about $1 trillion on the war in Afghanistan over 20 years. Our estimate was that we as a country spent about $2 trillion. And when President Biden withdrew US troops from Afghanistan after 20 years of war, he did not cite the Pentagon. He did not cite the Department of Defense numbers. He said researchers from Brown University say that this war has cost $2 trillion. And in so doing, he was not just citing a number, he was also citing a whole argument about what it is that goes into a country being at war and choosing to be at war for 20 years. He was actually explaining the categories that go into a number. And so I think it's really important to remember that the budget can speak to a country's value systems in a really, really deep and profound way. And I think that your point about when you said that about how our questions are getting to whose lives count, whose lives matter to be counted, you're getting to, I think, the heart of why I do my work. And I hadn't quite even articulated it in that way before, so I thank you for that. But I think it is just this kind of a real claim that all human lives are equal, and we grieve over all of them, and the families of the dead are among those that we grieve for. And so I think everything that I spoke about in my talk, all the work that we do, is centrally has to do with that really important thing. And I think that I think in the United States, as the kind of one of the world's global hegemonic powers, that's not taken for granted in the way that it is probably for every single one of us sitting in this room, who all share in this passionate belief that every human life matters equally. But I think that is not something that, when you're in the position of privilege, you have to confront. And so I think, again, that's something that our research is kind of forcing people to confront again and again and again, and we're going to have to do it, and often, right? Because just as Nanjala was saying, she talked about this as a generational struggle. It's not like I don't think we can tear down this political economic system that goes with these entrenched systems of pillars of belief overnight, or even necessarily in my generation. But once upon a time, there were activists working against slavery, right? And they were considered radicals and they were considered crazy. And then eventually they did succeed in their struggle. And it was a multi-generational struggle, right? So we have to be bold enough to have a vision where we can say to the United States government, every life matters. Every life is worth struggling for. We can't not say that to the US government in a way that they can hear, you know? So, and I think to translate this to the global South, I mean, one of the things that I said to Moises was, I'm just so honored to be part of a conversation that's based in the global South, that's using Brazil as the privileged place to think in theoretically really innovative, rich, profound ways about data and social change and the power of research. And I think the translation is multiple. I could have probably like hours of conversation around the costs that we've identified at the Cost of War project and how those would translate into the context of the favelas and the work that Regis does around public security. I think one of the kind of interesting categories to think with is this category on our chart of militant groups, right? I got the question actually from Regis the other day after I gave a talk there about how, like, the parallels between discourses about terrorists and discourses about criminals in Rio. And I think that it is really important to draw out the parallels in the ways that the state needs an enemy in order for militarism to continue and for war making to be justified. And the reasons why the Brazilian state is carrying out so much police violence in favelas, it's not because of the logic on the surface of things that, oh, we want to kill the criminals. It's because of these like deeply entrenched, racialized, class-based, all the different place-based layers of prejudice and discrimination that mean that in the worldviews of those who govern, certain lives matter less. And what Regis is doing is working against that. And that includes the fact that those people who have chosen up to take up arms, to take up guns, to fight for, fight in their rage against the inequality of the structural injustices that they grew up in, are people too, right? And that doesn't justify violence. I am not saying that at all. I abhor violence personally, but what I'm saying is that it's important to kind of question those categories and deepen the ways that we think about, even just talking about that category of the bandido and who that person is and why they're doing those things and how we can break the structures that lead to the use of violence as a tactic.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. I'll now open the floor for questions from the audience. Alina will circulate the microphone, I think, right? Or who else? Tem perguntas na plateia?
Do you have questions?
Uma por uma, ou temos mais?
Should we answer one by one, or should we gather the questions? We have 2, 3.
Coletamos duas perguntas, depois fazemos mais
Let's collect two questions and then we're going to have another round.
Demonstrarias então.
In reality 3.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon, my name is Caio. I'd like to thank you for your presentation because it's concerning some of the subjects that I'm interested about. And this approach concerning the use of statistics that resonates with many personal reflections and conversations that I have with friends that talk about statistics and numbers. And I thought about asking this question that I ask myself as well. A while ago, I've read this article about the use of statistics to debate the genocide in Rwanda. And then the author's conclusion was that the number is very powerful to bring this aspect of wow in your mind, but it's failing to bring the substance of that number. That was a topic that Aniele brought, and it has to do with this question, which is, we know how to bring the substance using arts, but as a scholar and working in academia, how can you bring this substance to your academic text? Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to know, how do you see this logic of costs spreading to other parts of society? You talked about war, but as we were talking before, the LGBT movements in Brazil, they classified hatred crime to talk about citizenship, but in terms of absence of impact on IBGE, you see initiatives by the World Bank launching a research consortium that will calculate the cost of LGBT phobia for the public coffers. So there's this movement saying, well, we have this targeted death, and this is going to bring costs to the public coffers. So we must raise a lot of money so that we can matter with citizenship. So how do you see this logic spreading to other social sectors? How many questions?
So perhaps we can collect them together, so we also give enough time for you to react.
Eu queria, partindo pouco de uma pergunta que foi feita antes também.
Based on this previous question concerning the citizen-generated data and how it's going to change things, because we see the works by Redes da Maré concerning violence, and we ask ourselves, how can that impact public policies? And that has a direct relation with the slides, especially when we think about the military industry games. Your research is able to show that they are interested in profit. And we noticed that the United States is the biggest producer of weapons, and the Ministry of Defense in Brazil is buying more than 50% of its weapons from the United States, Israel, and Germany, and so it's also engaged in this logics of profit. And also Colombia, that has resources given to fund the army, and they are buying weapons from the United States. So, to me, that has to do with the weapon industry profit. And yesterday we were talking outside about the drug distribution scheme around the world, which is huge, and it's all safeguarded by weapons because it's an illegal business. So it's a logic that is not being engaged with the public policy. What we see is the lobby, and we see how this military lobby is very important. If it's an industry that is producing so much money, both in the United States and also to other countries, in reality, is it possible that we break this logic? Is there a way for this data to make a difference? Or are we facing a situation that we cannot solve? Because I work with the political reform of drugs. So we want to end the prohibition, and that is concerning international policy, not national policy. If you could conclude your question.
Sim, tá, eu já fiz a pergunta.
Yes, this is the question. Thank you, sorry. Any other question?
So this is a little bit of a multi-part question, so you can answer it however you see fit. So these areas that face this really consistent large-scale violence also tend to have, these very large populations of youth who are very vulnerable to radicalization because of the amount of violence that they've witnessed, and that in turn leads to more bloodshed. And you did kind of allude to this. So do you see this data surrounding the cost of war as a viable method not only to understand but to prevent this radicalization? And also post-war and post-conflict, can we mitigate this cost after the fact, especially with these really vulnerable populations of youth and women?
Should I, maybe I'll start answering.
Maybe we can just have a last question,
Okay.
because we also, I want to give enough time for you to have a final round, so answer, and then, yeah.
Maybe someone didn't have their hand up.
Any more questions? No? Okay.
Well, thank you very much for your questions. They're all really good. I would like to, first of all, a trillion, let's just dwell for a second on that number because it's hard to understand. So a billion, if I'm talking if you measured a billion seconds, you would go back to like the early 1990s. If you measure a trillion in seconds, you're back to the Ice Age. That's how big $1 trillion is, okay? And that's really important to understand because that's the system that Sylvia is talking about. The profit making of these companies that are involved in this system is over $500 billion every year, right? Halfway back to the Ice Age, every year. So they're making like, you know, something like over $500 billion in profits from this system. I know, it's insane. So how do you break this system, right? Because that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's the enormity of the problem that we're confronting. And that is directly translated into political power. And, you know, and that's, I think, why it was important for me to talk about this as a multi-generational struggle, because it's not something that we're going to break overnight. And what it's happening at, you know, and this is the brilliance of the conference. This conference, a lot of what you're saying is like, you know, Brian was saying the other day, like you drill down, that's where the stories of hope and the cracks are. Well, that same thing is happening in the United States at the local level. So, for example, like the most minute details of how a particular plane, like a plane called the F-35 warplane is built. It's built actually with parts that are manufactured in 45 out of 50 US states. So the weapons manufacturers have been very smart about entrenching themselves in local economies throughout the country, and that's one reason they have so much power. But there is equally activism happening at state and even community levels against the local plant. And there are successes at that level. So it really is about bringing things down to the local and to the community. There are local journalists. Everyone talks about how journalism is dying. Well, actually, there's a lot of local community newspapers who are writing about the local industrial manufacturing plant, because that directly impacts their lives. It's a source of jobs, but it's also a source of abuses. It's a really toxic work environment to work for a submarine manufacturing company if you're a Black woman, right? So there's people who are working against those sorts of injustices, and they are the ones who are kind of putting the chinks in the armor. At the national level, that's where my talk of despair comes in, honestly, because it's harder to see things move. And yet there are movements of people who are doing this every day, and when they get tired, they pass the baton, and another generation of people is doing it. And what they do is you can sign up for emails. Like there's so many groups, Peace Action, the Quaker group called Friends Committee. They send you emails, you sign up. Oh, write to your congressperson. This thing is getting discussed in Congress. Write a letter. You write the letter, you push a button, click, it goes, right? So I do that like every day. So there's ways that you can, there's like a lot of movements and a lot of activism of people who are working to reduce the Pentagon budget by, a certain percent, right? Like there's ways that people are finding to attack. The Pentagon is actually a leverage, not the Pentagon, but the budget is a leverage point for everything. So if the hardest core work in some ways that's being done against this war-making system that I've described is actually in something that sounds pretty dry, which is people working on something called the Pentagon budget. Who signs up to work against the Pentagon budget, right? But people do. And that movement needs to grow. And I think that a lot of the young people that we're seeing who've been mobilized on social media to be anti-war because of what's happening in Gaza are actually now being drawn into the anti-war movement in the United States in really powerful and exciting ways for the first time since probably the Vietnam generation, where we saw a lot of activism against that war. So about the radicalization. So one of the things that I show, I said I wasn't going to talk about strategy because I like to keep things, the discussion in other realms, but one realm that I do go in terms of strategy is that it's very ineffective. To make a war on a militant group is basically a way to stimulate violence. And the CIA actually coined a term for this in the 70s called blowback. And so the US government is very aware of this. There's a great book by Chalmers Johnson called Blowback. But basically what I saw this in Burkina Faso when I went to study the effects of US security assistance there. Basically, the government was going into villages of mostly Fulani people, which is a herding ethnic group, they've practiced Islam for centuries, and was systematically killing like maybe an entire village, including women and children. And what happened was that people from that act of government violence were joining militant groups. And stories that I heard were including people who were middle class who, I heard someone tell me, they were so enraged at government violence that they went and bought their own motorcycle that they needed to join a militant group, right? So violence as we know, is not effective. It's very ineffective, and the U.S. war on terror has had there are more militant groups in the world than there were on 9/11. There are more recruits to those groups, right? It's a very ineffective strategy. So. How do we mitigate? I mean, we need to look at alternatives to the war paradigm for dealing with problems. This is another thing for hedges, right? And I showed it in my slide in Maré the other day. The U.S. used a war paradigm to respond to the problem of 9/11, the terror attack, but there are many other paradigms with which a state can address a terror attack. You can address it as a policing problem. You could address it as a human rights problem. You could go to the structural roots and try to understand what leads people to commit a terror attack in the first place, which then becomes a development problem or a poverty problem or a peace problem, right? There are many paradigms under which states can act to address these kinds of issues that don't involve guns and bombs and tanks and bullets, right? I think your question about how do we bring this into academic conversations in a way that resonates. So I wear a lot of different hats, and one of the things, one of my projects on the side is that I write fiction. And I also write sometimes for academic journals. I write cost of war papers mostly, which are very, they're written in very, what's meant to be publicly accessible language, but very dry. It's, my indirect death work, for example, is like basically a review of all the different literature looking at this topic from many different fields on what has caused environmental devastation in war zones, for example, right? So I think about this very much in terms of audience, and that's what goes back to what I said is when I think about radical hope and implementing radical hope, I'm a pragmatist at heart, because I think very carefully about audience before I ever start drafting whatever it is that I'm writing. And so those art pieces that we heard about this morning, Shema's project, the others, art is so, it moves you. You remember it because it calls up an emotional response. And I think that storytelling can do that as well, right? But the data that I presented today, this kind of dry on the surface data, this just the facts data, right? This just the facts approach, that's my activist self. That's my activist hat. We need to have ways to think about not doing everything in every piece that we do, because then we end up writing something that nobody's gonna read. So that's my answer to that question, is just that think carefully about the piece that you're writing and actually what it's going to do in the world. What social change is that piece of writing going to make? Is it going to contribute to theory? A lot of times that's what academics do, and that's why I've kind of moved out of the traditional academic space, and my work as a public scholar is meant to publish public scholarship for people, but my audience is not other anthropologists. And so I've had to kind of give that up, right, a little bit. So that's a partial answer to that question. And I think your question is about trade-offs. So we talk a lot about, and this actually is a lot of the work that gets done by movement groups and civil society groups in terms of talking about if we don't spend that dollar on war, what can we spend that dollar on? We can spend it on something else that really matters to us, like LGBTQ rights, right? And so it's the job of the movements and the groups that are working in those spaces to make that translation. And one of the things I'm constantly not always successfully trying to do, is to bring the issue of war spending in intersectional conversations, right? So that I think it's Vera, right, who cares about the environment. Actually, now she knows her passion is the environment. But now she knows that the military has everything to do with the environment, right? And I hope you never forget that and you make it part of your activism and your work in the world, because this actually does connect to like every single issue that we care about. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Let's do a round of applause. Thank you so much for the reflections. And with this, I also want to wrap up our two-day conference. I want to thank you all very much, all the speakers, Stephanie and all the other speakers who throughout those 2 days, and for those who have also participated in the Maré conference, enriched this space with your valuable reflections and experiences. I hope this is the beginning of a much longer conversation and a fruitful one. Thank you also to the audience for your participation, for your patience, and we hope to see you all in the future in other opportunities as well. Thank you again.